Thank you for coming to this workshop. A couple things. I appreciate the introduction. Here's information about the nonprofit educational organization that I'm representing, the National Social Anxiety Center. They provide a variety of educational services about social anxiety and about the treatments, learning to overcome social anxiety, some geared toward consumers, people who have social anxiety, as well as others geared toward providers, toward therapists. So there's a wide variety of trainings such as this one, which will be on our website, but there are many other shorter ones that already are on the website on specialized topics of treating social anxiety. There's also a monthly blog, which is rated #1 of all social anxiety blogs. And believe it or not, there are many social anxiety blogs on the internet, as well as a lot of self-help videos and other information for consumers as well. I want to say something about the PowerPoint slides and the handouts, which you have received and can access. The slides have more information than you will probably be able to read most of the time during the presentation. I'm aware of that. I actually did that on purpose because I view it as a second stage of training. So the first stage is mainly to listen to me, to ask me questions, and to watch the clinical demonstration videos that I'll be showing during this presentation. And while I'm speaking, I suggest that you glance at the slides, but not try to read them thoroughly because that will distract you from what I have to say. But then you have the slides which you can read later, which will reinforce your learning, enhance your learning. And a third stage of learning, for those of you that really want to get into the weeds, is the separate handout of the separate PDF of handouts, which are a lot of different worksheets that I use with clients, as well as instructional handouts and guidance for clients. You're welcome to use any of those you want without attribution. You're welcome to modify them as you wish. There's no cost. There's a couple slides here with further resources that you may be interested in. This slide has resources for therapists. The first several are training manuals on CBT for social anxiety. The last one is the NSAC, National Social Anxiety Center, NSAC, we call it, website, specifically the page that has a lot of information for clinicians. And then this slide has a lot of resources for consumers, people with social anxiety, self-help books, self-help websites and organizations, even a Broadway musical about social anxiety called Dear Evan Hansen. One thing that I want to stress about this presentation is that it is an integrative CBT strategy. What I mean is CBT, when that phrase, cognitive behavioral therapy, is used in its broadest sense, as I like to do, is an umbrella for all sorts of different kinds of therapeutic approaches that discuss the relationship of thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. It is not just one approach, it's many approaches. So, for example, the well-known acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT or ACT, is a type of CBT. Dialectical behavioral therapy, DBT, is a type of CBT. Exposure therapy is a type of CBT. There are lots of CBT therapies. This presentation is integrative. I'm bringing together what are often referred to as 3 waves of CBT. Just briefly, I don't think it's that important, but I just want you to be aware of it because you'll often hear these phrases. The first wave historically are those focused on behavioral change, such as exposure therapies, where you're not directly dealing with thinking, although indirectly I think you are, but nonetheless, it's basically a behavioral approach. But also social skills training is a type of first wave therapy as well, which I'll be discussing later. The second wave of CBT, most famously with Pioneers such as Albert Ellis and Aaron Beck are focused on changing thinking and how that affects our mood as well as changing behavior, which is why it's called cognitive behavioral therapy and not strictly cognitive therapy. And finally, the third wave is focused not on changing the content of thoughts, but changing the way we relate to our thoughts and feelings through acceptance, through mindfulness, and through commitment to living according to our values. Sometimes, unfortunately, these waves, especially people I have to acknowledge in the third wave, present it as though their wave is taking over earlier waves. I would argue no, all three are necessary and useful, especially for problems like social anxiety, and the research shows that. So this presentation will integrate all three waves. So what is social anxiety? Well, it is anxiety about social situations, but more broadly than you think. First of all, the word social in social anxiety is meant to be understood in its broadest sense. It's not strictly anxiety while socializing, although that would certainly be an example of social anxiety. It's anxiety during any interpersonal interactions. So it could be anxiety if you're a guy when standing at a row of urinals. That's not a social setting, certainly, but it is social anxiety if you're experiencing discomfort then. And for some people, it's very debilitating. It could be anxiety while public speaking, like I'm doing now. That's not a social setting, but it's certainly social anxiety. Any stage fright, a performer, athlete, a dancer, any stage fright where we're concerned about being observed is social anxiety, whether we're a professional performer or there are just people around who might observe us while we're working or dancing or speaking or even signing a check, if you can remember signing checks. All of that are examples of social anxiety. But there's more to social anxiety than anxiety. Social anxiety used to be and still is in many circles called social phobia, although the trend is to now call it social anxiety disorder. But there's really more to it than social anxiety. The other ingredient besides social anxiety is shame. And this is important. This makes social anxiety different than the other phobias. If you're phobic about heights or elevators or airplanes or dogs or rats or what have you, you may be embarrassed at times about that phobia, embarrassed in front of others who don't have the phobia, sure, but you don't have negative beliefs about yourself, which is what shame is. You have negative beliefs about the thing you're afraid of, elevators or rats or dogs or what have you. Not true with social anxiety. The vast majority, not quite 100%, but in my experience, the vast majority of people who suffer from social anxiety disorder also suffer from shame. In other words, they have negative core beliefs and negative feelings that go with those core beliefs about themselves. And we'll be discussing how to not only reduce the anxiety element of social anxiety, which is the core after all, but also how to reduce the underlying shame by changing core beliefs about themselves so as to increase self-confidence and self-esteem. Now, I want to say one other thing. In this workshop, for brevity's sake, I tend to just say social anxiety. I'm mainly referring to social anxiety disorder. An experience of social anxiety is normal. It is not normal. It is not mentally healthy to never experience social anxiety. An experience of social anxiety just means that for a given situation, a given moment, a given interaction, we're feeling uncomfortable interacting with or even just being around others, usually because of the fear of judgment. or things that are related to judgment, such as embarrassment or criticism or rejection or scrutiny, just being observed. That's what social anxiety is. And actually, a little bit of social anxiety is a good thing. So when clients tell me that they want to get rid of their social anxiety, I suggest to them, I hope we don't get rid of all of it, because otherwise you would be an arrogant bastard, excuse me, but you would. You need to be concerned a little bit about other people's feelings, after all, in interacting with them, or intimate relationships are impossible, good friendships are impossible. Frankly, a functioning society wouldn't be possible if everybody were only concerned about their own feelings. And so a little bit of social anxiety is a good thing, but social anxiety disorder is basically when the fear of judgment or things like it, embarrassment, criticism, rejection, scrutiny, when the fear of judgment is in some way debilitating. And what's meant by debilitating is that it holds us back from pursuing at least one life goal, such as making friends, such as socializing, such as dating, such as forming romantic relationships and getting married, such as pursuing our career, such as even going shopping or using a public bathroom. If social anxiety is getting in the way of pursuing at least one of those life goals, then it meets the criteria of social anxiety disorder. Now, it used to be in previous editions of the DSM that there was a subcategory of social anxiety disorder. I'm trying to remember what it was called. It's no longer used now. Specific social anxiety and generalized social anxiety, something like that, to refer to, is this person's social anxiety disorder affect only one area of their life, such as public speaking, but they're fine in all other areas? The DSM-5 dropped those distinctions. Why? They acknowledge in the footnotes that there are actually very, very few people with social anxiety disorder for whom it only affects one area of their life. So somebody may be coming to see you because they're concerned about public speaking anxiety, because maybe that's a responsibility in their job. But if you ask a few more questions, they're very likely to be socially anxious, extremely likely in other settings too, even if they manage it a little bit better in other settings. So we need to explore what are the various settings in which they're anxious, and I'll get into that more later in detail. There's a rubric I call the anxiety formula that is useful, I want to acknowledge, isn't precisely accurate, but is mainly accurate and is a useful way of thinking about our strategies for overcoming social anxiety. It's called the anxiety formula, where how intense one's anxiety is a product of, is equal to how likely we think a threat is to occur, times how severe we think that threat would be if it were to occur. So if we think a threat is very unlikely, we're not going to experience very much anxiety. Or if we think a threat is very likely, but it would be no big deal if it were to happen, it's just a mild thing, we're not likely to experience much anxiety. I also add physiology because there are things that add to anxiety in general. This formula is for any type of anxiety, not just social anxiety. So physiological factors could be as simple as drinking too much coffee might make you anxious, regardless of whether or not you think there's a threat. And also there's some evidence that some people are biologically prone to feeling anxious more often. And so therefore they will experience more anxiety regardless of how likely or severe they imagine the threat is. But notice there's a denominator in this formula, which is coping. The more we believe that we can cope with a threat, even a severe threat, the less anxious we're going to be. The less we imagine we can cope with a threat, even if we think the threat is really unlikely. This is important because many people with social anxiety will acknowledge the thing that they're afraid of is very unlikely to occur. Now, some people won't feel that way, but many do. But they'd think that if it were to occur, I wouldn't be able to handle it. And it would be horribly severe. It would just be humiliating and mess up my life. And so in overcoming social anxiety, we are aimed at all elements of this, helping clients learn that the things that they are afraid of, the threats, are less likely to occur than they think they are, but they do occur. Judgment occurs, Lord knows. So the other part of CBT for social anxiety is helping them learn that if they do occur, it's not as severe as they think it is. And why is it less severe? Well, they can cope with it much better. And we will teach them ways of coping, as well as ways of assessing how likely and severe these threats really are. Now, there are many debates that will be highlighted briefly during the course of this presentation. By debates, I mean disagreements within the field, actually within the field of cognitive behavioral therapy. I'm not even talking about psychodynamic therapies or other therapies at this point, but within the broad family of cognitive behavioral therapies, there are all sorts of debates as to how best to do CBT for social anxiety. And in a large majority of cases, I view a synthesis as being the best solution. In other words, taking the best from both sides of the debate, not just from my own personal experience, but because of what research shows. And I'll discuss research in a bit. But the first debate that I want to present is whether we are aiming at accepting our anxiety or decreasing anxiety. First and second wave cognitive behavioral therapies are aimed at decreasing one's anxiety, as well as decreasing depression and so forth. Whereas third wave therapies, such as acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, is aimed at accepting anxiety, accepting anxious thoughts as passing phenomenon, passing things that occur in our brain, but also go by, and then refocusing our attention on living according to our values. And third waivers, I very much, just so you know my approach, I very much incorporate a lot of third wave therapies in my work, but I am against purism. You'll see that throughout this workshop. This is a messy, not purist approach. Purist third waivers will say the other ways are wrong. It's wrong to try to reduce anxiety because it gives it too much importance, too much attention. I say baloney. Clients are coming to you. They're not coming to you to say, please help me accept my anxiety occasionally, but that's rare. They're coming to you saying, I am too anxious. Help me reduce that. Now, sometimes they say, help me eliminate it. I need to explain that's not desirable, but certainly to reduce it is desirable. But third waivers are certainly correct when they say, if we are focused on reducing our anxiety during an interaction, or for that matter, if you're phobic about something else, like during an elevator ride or whatever you're afraid of, if we're focused on reducing our anxiety like we used to be, especially in the first wave approaches, during an interaction, that'll actually paradoxically make us more anxious. So basically the synthesis that I support is that during interactions, we want to teach acceptance through external mindfulness, which I'll be discussing in detail, acceptance of our anxious feelings, as well as our anxious thoughts. I call them hot thoughts. But in the long run, we are certainly aiming toward a reduction of our social anxiety. There are many important diversity factors in social anxiety that I want to highlight. First, I want to mention that the core thing that we're afraid of in social anxiety, judgment, or things that relate to judgment, such as embarrassment and criticism and rejection and scrutiny, being observed by others. One thing that I want to highlight about that is that those things occur. Social anxiety is not an irrational fear. because the thing that we're afraid of when we're socially anxious occurs. It's an exaggerated fear because we imagine it occurs more often than it does. We imagine it's more severe when it occurs, more damaging when it occurs than it really is. And we also underestimate how well we can cope with it. So it's an exaggerated fear, but it is a rational fear. We get judged. I certainly get judged. Maybe you don't, but I think everyone gets judged. Now, that's especially true for folks in these various categories, some of which are demographic, such as people in racial minorities, people who are LGBTQ. Gender issues can certainly lead to judgment of women generally, or people who do not fit into gender binaries. Also, there are cultural and language factors. Here in DC, anyways, we have lots of people from other countries coming to work for at least a while, if not to live. And our culture in the US, there's various cultures here, but tends to value extroversion and brashness, if you will, whereas in many other countries, there's a much sort of quieter, more polite kind of culture, and it's very hard for people from certain other countries to adapt in many cases. Also language factors, if English is your second language, or maybe if you're traveling and you're speaking another language that you're not fluent in, you could feel socially anxious about that. There's all sorts of physical issues that might lead to social anxiety. So for example, if you are not physically attractive according to some narrow societal standard of what attractive is, or you at least believe that you aren't. I certainly have any number of clients over the years who believe they are not attractive, who I think they're wrong, but nonetheless, that's their belief. If you believe that you're not attractive according to whatever societal standards you're judging yourself by, you could certainly feel a lot of social anxiety about that, but that's not just in your head. The reality is people who are physically attractive according to whatever standard exists in a particular society or subculture are going to tend to be treated better than people who are viewed as unattractive. So it's not just in their head. The same with disabilities. People with visible disabilities are discriminated against, and people on the autism spectrum, most are discriminated against, thought of as weird commonly. Most people with social anxiety have the hot thought that they're going to be thought of as weird, and rarely are they correct. But people on the autism spectrum actually commonly indeed are thought of as weird. So the idea is not to tell people this is all in your head. That's not what cognitive behavioral therapy is about, at least not good CBT. It's to help people assess to what degree are their fears realistic or exaggerated, and to the extent that they're realistic, how can we better cope with it, and how can we view it in a healthier way? And what I mean by the viewing it in a healthier way is many people, actually, most people with social anxiety disorder, at least before treatment, tend to personalize judgment. So if they're rejected by someone they're interested in romantically, or if they are criticized or embarrassed in some sort of interaction, or worse yet, in a bigger public setting, socially anxious people tend to personalize that. In other words, take it as a sign that there's something fundamentally wrong with them, which of course leads to depression and shame. And so part of the therapy is aimed at helping people understand that judgment is a reflection of other people's biases, other people's tastes, sometimes just other people's availability, that it's not a reflection of your worth, as well as to help people understand that there are ways they can cope with it better, sometimes through assertion, sometimes through doing their own rejecting and finding other people who treat them better. I want to give you some information about social anxiety disorder. One is that it tends to be much underappreciated even by clinicians. Underappreciated in a variety of ways. First of all, it is much more common than the large majority in mental health disorders, even though it tends to get less attention. Fortunately, in recent years, it's been getting more and more attention, but historically it got very little attention, when in fact, 12% of adults experience social anxiety disorder at some point in their lives, 7% of them within the past year, an even higher percentage among adolescents. The most common form of social anxiety, the trigger for social anxiety, is public speaking, where a third of all adults endorse the fact that they are socially anxious when speaking in front of groups. But that is not the most common reason people with social anxiety disorder come to see you. It is for some people. They may have gotten a job promotion, or they may want to pursue a job promotion that requires public speaking, or even just presenting during ordinary staff meetings. But many people with public speaking fear simply don't have to do it, so they may not seek therapy for it because it's not a value or a priority in their life. But it is extremely common. Social anxiety disorder, depending on the survey, is the third, or in some surveys, fourth most common of all mental health disorder. And it is the first, or in some surveys, second most common anxiety disorder. And anxiety disorders are the most common of all mental health disorders. So it is extremely common, and it's very problematic. 2/3 of people with social anxiety disorder have at least one other disorder, one other diagnosis. Most commonly, it's some form of a mood disorder, whether it's major depression or chronic mild depression, what used to be called dysthymia. It could also be another anxiety disorder, such as generalized anxiety disorder or another phobia, maybe PTSD less commonly. People who are socially anxious are much more likely, 2 or 3 times more likely, to experience depression than the general public, as well as more than 2 times more likely to experience alcohol use disorders because of self-medicating their social anxiety with alcohol. Another way that social anxiety tends to be underappreciated even by clinicians is that it is thought of as, well, it's just he's a little shy. Well, there are some people who are a little shy, but actually 70% of people with social anxiety disorder, 69%, experience it moderately or severely. Only less than a third experience it mildly. And what does it mean to experience it moderately or severely? Well, think about the ways it impacts one's life. People with social anxiety disorder are likely to underperform in their lives, meaning do less well in school, do less well in their careers, less likely to get promoted, more likely to earn less money. They're less likely to get married or have other long-term romantic relationships. They're less likely to have children, and they're likely to have fewer friends. So it severely impacts one's life, and also because of the much higher incidence of depression, they're also more likely to experience suicidal ideation as well as suicidal behavior. Social anxiety disorder has an onset that is earlier than all other anxiety disorders. Typically, by age the median age is 13, and the vast majority, virtually all, experience the onset by the end of adolescence. It's very unlikely that someone begins to experience social anxiety disorder in adulthood. Occasionally, clients will tell me, oh, I was fine until after grad school or something, or I was fine until I started pursuing my career. But when you inquire further, what they really mean is their social anxiety got much worse at that point in their adult life. That's true, so they're not completely wrong. but that there's a history of social anxiety that they managed better as a child and as a teen. Although for some people, it was worse in adolescence than it is later. But for many people, it becomes much worse after school is over, whatever level of schooling they pursue, because their lives become much less structured after that point when you get out of school. Another problem with social anxiety disorder is that without treatment, it tends to be lifelong. Only 37%, just over a third of people with social anxiety disorder recover on their own. Now I'm talking about adults here. Many shy children, quote unquote, grow out of it. But in adulthood, if you have social anxiety disorder and you don't get treatment, you're roughly 2/3 likely to experience it for the rest of your life. That's the bad news. The good news is, with cognitive behavioral therapy, 2/3 to 3/4 of people with social anxiety disorder recover. And the nice thing is, they learn skills and strategies through CBT that they continue using on their own to not only maintain the progress that they make, but make further progress on their own. One of the things that I like most in my work is I occasionally get emails from former clients of mine, sometimes from so long ago that honestly I don't remember. But nonetheless, emails from former clients of mine letting me know how they're doing, or they're getting married, or they got a promotion or whatever. And it's just wonderful to hear them continuing to use the skills on their own. It's an important question about, why is social anxiety disorder usually lifelong? Why does it not habituate naturally, despite the fact that people with social anxiety probably experience exposure every day? Let me explain. First of all, in first wave therapies, the concept of habituation is that when we are exposed to our fears, as opposed to avoiding them, which people with phobias, including social anxiety, tend to do, when we're exposed to our therapies, especially for prolonged periods and especially frequent exposure, that our anxiety should habituate, which means reduce gradually to very minimal. And although socially anxious people tend to, there are exceptions, but tend to avoid the interactions that trigger their anxiety unless it's absolutely required, maybe by their boss or maybe by their partner, or if they have one, less likely, but they might, or maybe by a friend who's inviting them to something. Although socially anxious people tend to avoid interactions when they can't avoid all the things they would like to be able to avoid. So they have exposure probably every day. The question is, why are they not habituating to it? Why are they not overcoming anxiety on their own because of daily exposure? Well, one thing is, unlike other phobias, the things that we're afraid of when we are socially anxious are usually invisible, especially in adulthood. Judgment in adulthood is not usually voiced. Some people do, but most of the time, people keep their judgments to themselves, or they express them to third parties. And so when a socially anxious person walks away from an interaction that on the surface is going well, instead of feeling good about it, they often tell themselves, oh, that person was just being nice. They're thinking terrible things about me. And so they don't get to feel more self-confident because of that interaction. Another reason why socially anxious anxiety tends to not habituate on its own is that socially anxious people tend to rely overly on internal feelings and thoughts as though they were evidence. In other words, they are aware that they're feeling very anxious or having thoughts, including images. Thoughts can be in the form of mental images, pictures. They're having thoughts about embarrassing themselves. And they imagine that if I'm having these feelings and thoughts, it must be true that I actually am embarrassing myself, the evidence being the fact that I'm having these feelings and thoughts. Feelings and thoughts are not evidence of how we are doing externally. They're evidence of how we are feeling and thinking internally, but that's it. It may have nothing to do with how we actually come across, but socially anxious people tend to, on their own, without treatment, think, I was feeling really embarrassed. I obviously must have made a fool out of myself. Another problem with social anxiety that leads to it being a lifelong disorder without treatment is the tendency of socially anxious people to ruminate, whether it's ruminating before an activity, which is called worry, or ruminating after an activity, which is commonly called beating oneself up, which can actually go on for years, not usually years in a row, but often people with socially anxious, when they bring up the memory of something that they did when they were a teenager or in college, still feel horrible embarrassment as though it just happened. And we don't ruminate about the positive things. We don't think about, boy, wasn't it wonderful that I did this well? Typically, we're ruminating about the negative things, the things we thought we didn't go well, or even ruminating about the possibility, maybe I didn't do this well, I don't know, but still ruminating about it. And the problem with rumination is, one, it leads to depression and increased shame. So rumination, I think, is the biggest reason why people with social anxiety have a much higher incidence of depression. But the other problem is it prevents progress. Because we're ruminating about the negative, it leads us to feel even more anxious the next time we experience a situation like the one we had been ruminating about. Finally, people with social anxiety tend to rely very heavily on avoidance and other safety-seeking behaviors. Safety-seeking behaviors are the crutches that we lean on too much, the things that we do too much of, or in some cases too little of, but usually too much of, in an effort to try to, in the case of social anxiety, to try to not embarrass ourselves, try to not make a bad impression. And the trouble with that, and we'll talk about examples of many safety-seeking behaviors, the trouble with relying on that is it prevents learning. So if we have a good interaction with somebody, not only are we likely to disqualify it as saying, by telling ourselves that person was just being nice, but we might also disqualify it by saying, well, the only reason it was a good interaction is because I made certain to ask lots of questions and keep the focus on the other person. Had I talked more about myself, it would have been a bad interaction. So that's an example of how relying on a safety behavior, in this case, asking lots of questions to keep the attention off yourself, lowers self-confidence. And self-confidence is essentially the opposite of social anxiety. Lastly, and I have an arrow by it because it's so important, remember, social anxiety is not just an anxiety disorder. If there were a category in the DSM of shame disorders, there isn't, but if there were, it would be probably number one of shame disorders, certainly high up there. Shame does not habituate. In the right circumstances, anxiety will lessen through exposure, but shame doesn't. There are other ways we need to challenge shame. There are more triggers for social anxiety than you probably think. I have them on this slide divided into various categories, although these categories are somewhat overlapping. It's just as a rubric to think of them in categories. We could be socially anxious in social settings or conversational settings. And there's all sorts of examples of that here, whether it's mingling in a large social setting, or even one-on-one, or interacting with someone you find attractive, or interacting with someone of a different race or different sexual orientation. These are all examples of these types of social anxiety triggers, a trigger being something that turns on one's social anxiety. Performance anxiety is also social anxiety. Now, from a point of view of a socially anxious person, everything is performance anxiety. Even a social conversation is thought of as a performance by a socially anxious person, which I think is unfortunate. But nonetheless, there are true performances such as public speaking, or being a stage performer or an athlete, but also sexual interaction, which unfortunately tends to be thought of as a performance by people with social anxiety. So men who have problems with erections because of anxiety, which is the most common reason for erectile dysfunction. There are also medical reasons too, of course. But for non-medical reasons, the most common cause of erectile dysfunction is social anxiety. Also, the concern of being observed, which again tends to be thought of as performance anxiety, people who are socially anxious themselves. But nonetheless, it could be simply when using a bathroom, a public bathroom, even a one-person public bathroom where they're concerned that other people might be waiting to use the bathroom, or a row of urinals or stalls where they're concerned that other people in the bathroom can see they're having difficulty urinating. Why? Because they're anxious, and that clamps down the bladder, making it harder to urinate. It could also be people who are concerned about being observed, maybe talking on the phone when others can hear them, or doing work when others can see them, using the gym when others can watch them, dancing or jogging when others are around to observe them. And I want to stress perhaps one of the most common anxiety triggers. I have it last, but it's super common, is anxiety about appearing anxious. It may be about particular symptoms that people are afraid of will show, like blushing or sweating. For example, I have a history of social anxiety partly related to blushing. And long before I learned that blushing is actually, well, adorable, I used to feel really embarrassed by it, and some people would bring it to my attention. And that's true for people who sweat because they're socially anxious, or their hands become cold and clammy, or their voice quivers, or their mind goes blank. People are often anxious that they will have anxiety symptoms that will show and that they will be judged for. Social anxiety disorder, social experiences of social anxiety happen not only during an interaction, but also before and after, and that's really important. And it's made up of a number of things. Our cognitions, which is the way we think. It includes our hot thoughts, which are the anxious words or pictures that go through our mind about a given situation, and we'll be exploring that more in a bit. And also our predictions, in other words, the things that we are afraid of that will or at least may happen. So that's one form of cognition that could occur before, during, or even after. Also our underlying beliefs, which could be separated into conditional assumptions, sort of if-then rules, if-then beliefs, like if I blunder in my speaking, people will think I'm foolish, or if I display nervousness, then people will think I'm weak. So those are examples of conditional assumptions. Personal rules could be things like I should never hurt someone's feeling, which would then make somebody anxious about asserting themselves. I should never appear anxious, which would make people anxious about appearing anxious. But also underlying core beliefs, such as I'm deficient, I'm not good enough, I'm bad at meeting people. So those are other kinds of cognitions. People who are socially anxious have a negativity bias, a tendency to focus much more on the negative than on the positive. An interesting research study that took place, I want to explain as an example, which is really useful, is they took a bunch of college students and divided them into two groups based on questionnaires they gave them: those who have an ongoing problem with social anxiety and those who don't have an ongoing problem with social anxiety. And then they gave both groups a socially anxious inducing task that almost everyone, including people who don't have an ongoing problem with social anxiety, would still feel socially anxious about at least a little bit, which is, they said, give a 5-minute presentation in front of this panel of judges. They actually had a panel of judges in front of them who will be evaluating how well you do, and they only gave them a couple minutes to prepare, and they had them video recorded. So they did a number of things to make sure that pretty much everyone felt socially anxious, even the people who are otherwise don't have social anxiety disorder. And then they asked the panel of judges to rate how well the people did in their speeches using a number of fairly objective criteria. including how anxious did the person appear. And then they asked each of the participants to rate how well they thought they did right after the performance. And they discovered, unsurprisingly, because there's been lots of research showing this, that people with social anxiety disorder historically rate themselves much more negatively than the people without social anxiety disorder, even though both of them were feeling socially anxious at the time. But also that people with social anxiety disorder rated themselves much more negatively than the judges rated them. In other words, the judges rated the people with social anxiety disorder as doing better than the people themselves did. But even more interesting is then they went back to the same group a month later. And they said to them, remember that time we had you speak in front of the judges? And they all remembered. Rate yourself again. They gave them the same set of questions to rate themselves, this time a month later. And the interesting thing is, the people with social anxiety disorder who already rated themselves more negatively than the judges did, a month later rated themselves even more negatively than they did right after the experience. In other words, the more they thought about it over a greater period of time, the worse they felt about the interaction. Interestingly, the people without social anxiety disorder actually rated themselves as doing better a month later than they did right afterwards. So if they ruminated positively, God bless them. But the people with social anxiety disorder ruminated over a month, and it led them to feel even worse about how they did. And that's common with social anxiety disorder. So these are all reasons why social anxiety disorder tends to be a lifelong problem and that we need to focus on different levels of thinking. Finally, behaviors and emotions themselves are really important, of course. So we need to look at avoidance and other safety-seeking behaviors that they're relying on as crutches that get in the way of making progress, as well as how to reduce their anxiety and their shame in the long term. I want to highlight that I already said that there's a difference between social anxiety, which is just an experience when we're afraid of judgment, and social anxiety disorder, when in an ongoing way it prevents us or makes it extremely difficult for us to pursue one or more life goals. I also want to highlight that social anxiety is different than introversion. A lot of people mix them up. An extrovert could be socially anxious. It looks a little different, but they could be socially anxious, as can an introvert. Introversion, extroversion, which is really a continuum, it's not an either or thing, has to do with how much interaction, how much social connection people want. So someone who's very extroverted craves lots of connection. They like group activities because there's lots of connection there. They like seeing lots of people often, whereas someone who is far on the introverted end of the scale likes a lot of time alone, tends to prefer that their interactions be one-on-one rather than group. Both of those are normal personality traits in the whole continuum in between. But both introverts and extroverts can be socially anxious. And I've yet to see a study that says introverts are more likely to be socially anxious than extroverts. It wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. At least in the US, which highly values extroversion and tends to think of introversion as a problem, and therefore our introverted people might be more likely to be socially anxious, but I have plenty of socially anxious extroverted clients. The word shyness, sometimes people say social anxiety and shyness are two different things. I don't know about that. Shy is not a clinical word. If you go to the index of the DSM and look for shy or shyness, you won't see it. It's not a clinical word, it's just a word. And so I went to the source for just words, 2 key dictionaries. And shy means nervous or timid in the company of others, or slow or reluctant to do something, or easily frightened, disposed or avoided, or tendency to avoid a person, doing a thing or avoid certain people. So you could see that shyness and social anxiety are the same sort of thing. It's just that when we use the word shy, we don't know whether or not the issue is that they are debilitated by it, or it's just a small thing in their life. Just like when we use the word social anxiety, is it just a momentary experience, or is it social anxiety disorder and an ongoing problem? Avoidant personality disorder is, in my view, and not just my view, but in the footnotes of the DSM, if you read it, is a form of severe and pervasive social anxiety disorder. In future DSMs, I hope they just view it as a spectrum, like the autism spectrum. We could think of the social anxiety spectrum, where on one extreme, you would have social anxiety disorder. On the opposite extreme, you would have people who are mildly shy, but don't really have full-fledged social anxiety disorder, and all sorts of things in between. There's a lot of research on social anxiety. The main thing, a lot of research, which is summarized in the NSAC website. I'm not going to go through it here, except to say one thing. There have been many outcome studies on various ways to treat people with social anxiety disorder. Different medications, such as SSRIs especially, but other medications too. Other kinds of psychotherapy, psychodynamic therapies, and different kinds of CBT, like acceptance and commitment therapy versus more traditional cognitive behavioral therapies, the so-called second wave therapies. Over and over and over again, the outcome studies show that cognitive behavioral therapy is by far the most effective treatment for social anxiety disorder. And it's more effective to focus in CBT on challenging and changing the content of our thoughts, as well as our unhelpful safety behaviors, than it is to simply accept our thoughts and feelings. In other words, traditional CBT, so-called second wave CBT, is more effective than either first wave exposure therapy or third wave acceptance and commitment therapy. That's really important, because for other anxiety disorders, all three waves are equally effective in outcome studies, but social anxiety is different. Second wave therapies, in which you are challenging and changing the content of our anxious thoughts, as well as changing our behaviors and working on pursuing valued behaviors, like in third wave therapies. Second wave therapies are more effective with social anxiety disorder, as opposed to other anxiety disorders where all three waves are equally effective. There are 5 main strategies used in CBT for social anxiety in this integrative approach. One is external mindfulness with thought diffusion. I like to call that curiosity training. I stress external mindfulness as opposed to meditation. It's a very different thing. I'll explain in a bit. Another is cognitive restructuring, which is learning to change the content of our thoughts, whereas external mindfulness is more about changing the way we relate to our thoughts. Assertiveness training, as a way to deal with the possibility of our fears coming true, and learning to change our core beliefs, the underlying beliefs that lead to shame. All 4 of those strategies are brought together by doing experiments, which are often called exposures. I prefer to call them experiments because they are primarily meant as learning experiences. The first of the major strategies is external mindfulness. Going back to the anxiety formula, it's aimed at decreasing our belief in the likelihood and severity of threat and helping us cope better if the threat were to occur. And it helps us in a variety of ways. I want to first get into the definitions of what I mean by external mindfulness. First of all, more broadly, mindfulness means paying attention to something in the present moment. That's part of it, but it's also how we pay attention. So paying attention to it with curiosity rather than judgment. Curiosity doesn't mean asking 20 questions. It means taking interest in what we're paying attention to. Whereas judgment is essentially saying something is good or bad. There are many other adjectives, but it boils down to good or bad. So being mindful means we're paying attention to something in the present. arguably everything is in the present. Actually, even if we're thinking about the past, it's a present memory of the past. So paying attention to something, but with a sense of curiosity rather than judgment. Now that's pure mindfulness. Good luck in finding pure mindfulness. Pure mindfulness is an exception. It's not the way our brains evolve. Therefore, another part of mindfulness that is really important is thought diffusion, which is when we are having other thoughts, and actually it's really thought and feeling diffusion, but it's usually called thought diffusion. When we are having thoughts or feelings that are in some way distracting us from being mindful, from paying attention with curiosity rather than judgment. Maybe we're having a judging thought, or maybe we're having a purely distracting thought that makes it hard to pay attention. Thought diffusion is a strategy of being aware of having those thoughts or feelings, but then treating them as background noise, accepting them rather than challenging them and treating them like background noise. Specifically, when applied to social anxiety, mindfulness means paying attention with interest, with curiosity, to the conversation or other activity and the person or persons you're interacting with in the present moment, as opposed to your thoughts and feelings about how well you're doing, or your thoughts and feelings about how you think this other person is thinking of you. If you think of it, that means paying attention to what the five senses are bringing in. And primarily, unless you are having problems with hearing or eyesight, it primarily means paying attention to what you see or hear. Although in some settings, like eating out with a friend, it might also be taste, smell, and touch, certainly when being sexual. Paying attention to what the five senses are bringing in about the conversation, about the other activity, if there is another activity, about the person, while treating your thoughts and feelings like background noise. That's what's meant by external mindfulness. And there's a debate in CBT for social anxiety of should we be teaching external mindfulness, as I just described it. External because you're paying attention to what the five senses are bringing in from the outside conversation or activity or the other persons, versus internal mindfulness. Internal mindfulness is called meditation. Mindfulness is not meditation. I want to stress that. Mindfulness is not meditation. Most of the time when you see workshops on mindfulness, sessions on mindfulness, really what they are is meditation sessions. And that's great. I'm not against meditation. It just doesn't help with social anxiety usually. They've done outcome studies of treating people with social anxiety with meditation, and guess what? Placebo, a sugar pill, does better for them. Meditation doesn't cause tooth decay, but nonetheless, a placebo does better for them than meditation alone. Why? Because meditation is internally focused. People with social anxiety are already internally focused. Meditation teaches people to be internally focused in a more mindful, accepting way, rather than in a self-critical way that people with social anxiety experience. But still, socially anxious people need to get out of their heads and into the moment. And so, although occasionally I help people with meditation who are socially anxious, it's for other stuff, other problems they might have, not for their social anxiety. I introduce the concept of external mindfulness to clients in different ways. One is I use the analogy of having two conversations go on at the same time, two different conversations. And so imagine, these are things that I say to clients. I don't usually say all of them, but these are different examples. One is imagine that you're with two different friends or acquaintances, even if you're not socially anxious among those people. And one of them is talking to you about one subject, and the other at the same time is talking to you about the other subject. Maybe one of them is to your right and one is to your left or whatever. You can't do that. Our brain is not set up to do that. We would go back and forth and miss stuff. And how that's an analogy is when we're socially anxious, we have one conversation, or maybe it's another activity going on in front of us, the real life external activity or conversation, but then we have another conversation going on in our head, usually a very self-critical and worrisome conversation. Well, we can't pay attention to both of them. We go back and forth between them and we miss stuff in the important conversation in front of our face. Another analogy that's even better is I tell people, even people who have no acting experience, this is usually a powerful analogy. Imagine an actor on stage who has a lot of anxiety the opening night of the play. Well, that's social anxiety. Stage fright is social anxiety. And imagine this is someone who wants to make acting her career, not just volunteer thing, but it would work for anyone. And so she's very concerned about how the audience will perceive her, but also there are presumably professional critics in the audience who will write up her performance and the play generally. And so she's really anxious about that. And imagine that her coping strategy, her safety behaviors, her way of dealing with her anxiety about how well she's going to perform is while she's performing her role in the play, she's evaluating her performance while she's performing it. She's critiquing herself silently in her mind, of course. Oh, I didn't say that line right. I didn't do this mannerism right. The audience didn't respond in the way that I had hoped they would. And all that stuff is going on in her mind while she's performing. We call that having a stream of running commentary, usually very self-critical and worrisome commentary going on in her mind. And then I ask a client, how do you think that inner conversation, that inner critic, affects her performance? And any client will tell you, oh, it hurts her performance. And I ask why, and you get different answers, but they're all right. Some people will say because it distracts her from her role, so she's not fully into it. Some people will say because it makes her anxious and feel really bad, which might show. Any client will say it hurts the performance. And then I say, well, that's what you're doing unintentionally. While you're performing, even if the performance is just a social chat, which is better not to think of as a performance, but socially anxious people do. While you're performing, while you're doing something, you're critiquing it while you're doing it, and you're worrying about how is the audience, meaning the other person, critiquing you, which you really have no idea, but all that is going on in your mind. And so one of the problems with being in your head rather than in the moment is that it hurts your performance. In other words, critiquing your performance, evaluating your performance while you're performing hurts your performance. And so I ask a client, what should you do instead? What should the actor do instead? Just throw herself into the role and leave aside self-evaluation for later, not during the performance. And that's what you as a socially anxious person need to learn to do when you're interacting with someone, is leave self-evaluation for a later time when you could do it objectively using a worksheet, which I'll show you guys later. Another analogy is being with a friend at an outdoor cafe. This is a good analogy for thought diffusion. If you're with your friend, even if you're not socially anxious, you're generally paying attention to the friend and the food, to those 5 senses that are coming in, but you're going to get distracted from time to time by external sounds and sights that are going on around you. That's natural, just like we are distracted from time to time by our thoughts when we're socially anxious. But when you're out with a friend, generally speaking, we're able to just notice the distraction and return our attention back to our friend and the food. And the distraction doesn't mean much. And that's what we're aiming for with thought diffusion, is to notice the distracting thoughts and feelings, but to treat them like background noise, something that we're not paying attention to. And so the principles that we're teaching clients is that focusing on evaluating ourselves distracts us, which hurts our performance. It makes us appear less interested because when we're focused inwardly, we're usually not making eye contact. We're usually looking away. We're not responding fluidly. It makes the other person feel like we're not very interested in talking to them. And it hurts our free association. In other words, things don't pop into mind that we could say naturally if we're focusing on all these negative thoughts that are going through our mind. A conversation flows not because people are thinking about what to say next, but because things pop into mind naturally, called free association. But that doesn't happen if we're distracting ourselves by focusing on our thoughts. So these are ways of helping a client learn why it's important to the slogan. I forgot to mention, the slogan is to get out of your head and into the moment. Now, there are different ways of training people in how to get out of your head into the moment. And I want to show you the first way. There's a bunch of clinical demonstrations that I'm going to show you. There are 10 of them. I probably won't be able to show all of them during this training, but I'll show most of them. But you'll have access to all 10 of them for free on the NSAC website, and the link to all of them is on the last slide. I want to show you the first one. This is usually done in the very first or second session after assessment with someone who is socially anxious. And this is all of these demonstrations are role played, but they're very realistic role plays with what I would call medium challenging client. Not an easy client, not an extremely difficult client, but a medium challenging client. And let's get this going. So Shamin, you were telling me that when you're really anxious, for example, when you're talking with a stranger or somebody you know just a little bit, that there's a number of concerns that go through your mind about how you will appear and how you will act. Could you review for me what those concerns, those fears are?
Yeah. One is that I'm going to sound stupid or not have the right thing to say. I also am worried that they'll be able to tell that I'm nervous because of some like sweating. Yeah, that's basically it.
That you're going to be really nervous, you won't have things to say, that you'll be really sweaty.
Yeah.
Okay, and how would people know that you're nervous, by the way? Well, you mentioned sweaty. Are there any additional ways?
My voice gets kind of shaky when I talk, when I'm nervous, and my hands can shake a lot. So I always think that they're looking at my hands shaking. And yeah, the sweatiness has always been there, but as I get older, I start to feel like I can smell it. And so I'm worried that people will be able to smell that I'm sweating.
Okay, and what do you do to try to prevent these fears from coming true?
Um, well, I try to leave the conversation as soon as possible.
Okay,
Um, and if I am stuck in a conversation, I ask a lot of questions so I don't have to have the answers. And I try to talk as little as possible so people can't hear my voice shaking. Um, and I often clasp my hands, or I cross my arms, um, and I might stand a little bit further back from somebody if I'm worried about them smelling me.
okay. And while you're doing all this in a conversation that you're really uncomfortable feeling during, what are you paying attention to? What are you focused on?
Um, I'm focused on my hands,
Uh-huh.
whether they're shaking a lot or whether someone is looking at them. I can tell that I'm shaking. Um, I'm paying attention to whether or not my underarms are getting wet or smelling. So if I start to feel hot, then all I'm paying attention to is whether I'm sweating or not. And um, I'm trying to think of like questions, what to ask, so that I don't have to answer any questions or say anything.
Okay, okay.
And my voice too,
What about your voice?
if my voice is shaking or not, or if I'm stumbling over my words.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you. You did a really good job describing how difficult this is for you, the various symptoms, the various fears you have, and what I call your safety-seeking behaviors, the things that you do in an effort to try to prevent your fears from coming true. So I have an idea for a first experiment for us to do together. We're going to be doing many experiments together, and experiments are things that we do that are aimed at being learning experiences. So no matter how they go, they're successful because we'll learn something from it. And based on what you learn, we'll develop some sort of strategy that will help you make further progress toward your goal. And
Okay.
what I'm going to suggest for us to try as a first experiment together is that we have a conversation about some sort of social topic, something that you choose. I'm not a complete stranger, but you don't know me well yet. So it'll be good practice in talking to somebody that you don't know well. And during the conversation, I'm going to ask you to rely on all the usual safety-seeking behaviors that you just described to me. In other words, that you're going to talk less and ask a lot of questions, that you're going to keep your arms clasped or folded together to try to hide the shaking. Normally, you would want to end the conversation early, but I'm going to suggest that we can continue this conversation for about 5 minutes so that you can experience it and learn more from it. Would that be okay with you?
Okay, 5 minutes is a long time, but
Yeah.
I can try.
Okay, okay. And there's one other thing that I'm going to suggest that you do, which is keep your attention focused during our conversation, just like it would be in a conversation with a stranger, an acquaintance elsewhere. In other words, focus on your anxiety symptoms and how you're feeling in your body, your hands, whether or not you're sweaty. Focus on what are you going to say next, trying to figure that out. Keep your attention focused on all those things internally that you would normally be focused on.
Okay.
Okay, now let me ask you to make some predictions. During our conversation, how nervous do you imagine you will feel on a scale of 0 to 100, where 100 is the most intensely nervous you've ever felt, 50 is moderate, and 0 is completely calm? How nervous do you expect to feel?
Well, I'm already feeling really nervous about it, and
Okay,
we haven't even started, so I'm gonna say 100.
okay, 100. How much do you imagine you're going to trip over your words on a scale of 0 to 100?
I always trip over my words, so I'm gonna say 95.
Okay, 95. I'm writing all these down. How much do you predict that your voice will be shaky?
They usually go together, so when I start to trip over my words, my voice starts to get shaky, so I'm gonna say a 90.
Okay, 90. And how sweaty do you predict you will be?
Um, maybe an 80.
80. And how much do you think your hands will be shaking on the same scale?
They shake a lot. 90.
90. Okay, so I have all this written down. So let's have a conversation about a topic that you choose. It could be anything, I don't know, pets or vacations, or what do you think?
I like plants.
Oh, I can see that. You have a beautiful plant behind you. Okay, let's talk about plants. I like plants too. And remember, during this conversation, this is really important. Keep your attention focused on what you would normally be focused on when you're anxious. In other words, focus your attention on your anxiety symptoms themselves, how you feel in your body, on your, and use your safety seeking behaviors, to try to hide your anxiety and to try to come across better. Okay.
Okay.
Well, Shaman, I notice you have this beautiful plant behind you. What is that called? I've seen those before, but I don't know what it's called.
It's called a Monstera deliciosa, I think. I see you have plants too. What kind of plants do you have?
Well, I have lots of plants, but I don't know the Latin names of, actually, I don't know the common names of them. I just buy them because I think they're nice looking and hope that they do well, but I've killed a lot. But yours seems to be doing well. You must know what you're doing.
I don't really know. How long have you had plants?
Well, probably since college, I guess. Yeah, I mean, not the same plants because they keep dying on me, but I've had some plants for a long time. Have you been interested in plants for much of your life?
No, I just started getting into plants during COVID. What about how many plants have you had over the years?
Okay, note to viewer, in an actual session, this conversation would go on for about 5 minutes. Well, Shamin, congratulations. We had a conversation for over 5 minutes about a topic that you and I haven't talked about before, plants. And it's, you're practicing talking to an acquaintance, someone you don't know well yet. Congratulations. How did you feel during this conversation?
Um, Pretty bad, pretty nervous, and awkward,
Yeah.
and uncomfortable.
And how do you feel the conversation went?
Pretty bad. Not
Really?
very good. Not very
Okay.
good.
Well, let me ask you more detailed questions about that, and I'll write down your notes. So on a scale of 0 to 100, how nervous were you during this conversation?
I was 100. You
100.
asked me a hobby or something, or you asked me something that I wanted to talk about, and I said my plants, and then I almost regretted it immediately because I saw your plants in the background.
Okay. And that made you nervous? Why?
Because you probably know more about plants than I do, and I'm just learning. So I thought I was gonna sound stupid.
Okay. And one of your fears is that you would trip over your words. 0 to 100, how much did you trip over your words?
95, 90, 90, somewhere around there, a lot.
Okay. Okay. So I'll call that 93. And how about your voice shaking? How much was that a problem for you during this conversation?
I felt like it was shaking the whole time. I'm gonna say 90.
Okay. And how sweaty did you feel? 0 to 100.
I definitely started feeling sweaty. Um, 80.
Okay. Okay. And lastly, how much was hand shaking a problem for you, 0 to 100?
Um, they were shaking. I'm gonna say 80.
Okay. Very good. So when I look at these numbers, your predictions of how you would feel in different ways were pretty much the same within a few points of how you actually ended up feeling during this conversation. Now I'm going to suggest that we try to have a second conversation. It could be on the same topic or a different one, your choice. But this time, as an experiment, I'm going to suggest that you try dropping these safety-seeking behaviors. First and foremost, that means get absorbed in the conversation, get mentally engrossed in what you and I are both saying, and treat whatever feelings and symptoms and thoughts and concerns that are going on in your mind and body, treat it like background noise, something you're aware of, but you're not focusing your attention on. Or whenever your attention slips onto one of your symptoms or your anxious thoughts, just return your attention right back to the conversation in the moment.
Okay.
So in other words, rather than focusing internally, focus externally, get lost, mentally lost in the conversation.
Okay.
The other thing is try to drop the other safety seeking behavior. So rather than asking lots of questions or cutting yourself short when you're speaking. Just say whatever's on your mind, no matter how long it is, and just say whatever comes to mind rather than think it ahead of time. And rather than try to hide your hands shaking, just ignore your hands and arms and just focus on the conversation instead. Okay?
Okay,
Okay. So would you like to continue the conversation about plants, or would you like to use a different topic?
let's keep the plant talk going.
Okay, very good. So you were telling me that you live in a house and you have an outdoor area. Do you do any outdoor gardening, or all your plants inside?
No, I actually started gardening in Brooklyn during COVID, at the beginning of COVID in 2020. So I decided I wanted to try gardening then, and I had a rooftop garden, and it was a lot of fun. It was the first time I didn't kill everything.
Really?
And yeah, I was able to grow vegetables and flowers and strawberries, and yeah, it was exciting to grow my own food. What
It's
about you?
Wow. Well, I do enjoy outdoor gardening. I mainly do flowers. Note to viewer, in an actual session, this would last for about 5 minutes. Congratulations again, Shaman. We did another 5-minute conversation. How do you feel now?
A little bit better.
Yeah, how do you feel this conversation went?
It was a little bit better. I was still nervous, and I still had moments where I felt awkward, and was worried about what you were thinking or if I sounded stupid. But then I um, think I was able to get back into what we were talking about, and so it was nice to be able to talk about my plants and not be so focused on what you were thinking.
Okay. And in the special instructions for this second conversation was to focus your attention as much as possible on the conversation itself, to try to get engrossed or lost in the conversation rather than focus internally on your symptoms, your feelings, your concerns. How well were you able to do that?
I think I did better. It's hard because I've been doing it for so long to not pay attention to what I'm saying or how I'm saying it, and so sometimes I would trip up. But mostly, I think I did a better job at being able to get lost in the conversation.
Okay, great. And then how about the other safety seeking behaviors? I asked you to try to drop them, to not, try to ask a lot of questions or think about what to say next or cut yourself short or hide your hands from shaking. How do you feel you did on those, dropping those behaviors?
A little bit better. I would feel myself tensing up and grabbing my hands, but then I would let go of them. Um, and I didn't feel as hot as I did in the last conversation. So I don't think I was as focused on how sweaty I was.
Okay, excellent. Congratulations. Now let me ask you more detailed questions to get your ratings here and see how they compare with previous ratings. So 0 to 100, how nervous were you during this second conversation?
I was still nervous, but I was less nervous. So maybe a 70.
Okay, 70. And how much were you tripping over your words during the second conversation?
I know that I got lost a couple of times. I got stuck and was back in my mind a couple of times, but um, maybe a 65.
Okay. And how much was your voice shaking in the second conversation?
Yeah, it was still shaky, but maybe a 70. It was
Okay.
a little bit better.
Okay. And how sweaty did you feel during this second conversation?
Oh, I felt really sweaty the first time. The second time I didn't notice I was sweating as much. So maybe 50.
50? Okay. And how much was handshaking a problem for you in this second conversation?
Um, they were shaking, but I I think they were better. Maybe a 70.
Okay. Well, as you look at these numbers, your predicted anxiety was 100, and in the first conversation, that's what you felt, but it went down to 70. You predicted you would trip over your words 95, which was about what you felt you did in the first conversation, but that went down to 65. You predicted that your voice would be shaking about 90, which is how you felt in the first conversation, but that improved to 70. You predicted you would be 80% sweaty, and that's how you felt in the first conversation, but that went down to 50. And lastly, you predicted that your hands would be shaking about 90. You felt that they actually shook in the first conversation about 80, but improved to about 70 in the second conversation. So when you look at all these numbers, rating the two different conversations and your predictions before the first conversation, I'm wondering what you think we can learn from these two experiments.
Um, well, what I noticed is that um, the stuff that I'm doing maybe isn't helping me as much as I thought it was. Um, so maybe that's something that is that right?
Whatever you learn is right. And so I just want to get a little more detail. The stuff that you were doing isn't helping you so much. What kind of stuff?
Holding my hands really tight, I think makes me pay attention to the shaking more. Um, so that doesn't help me so much. I was shaking less when I wasn't holding my hands together. Um, Asking questions, um, trying to have the right question makes me miss out on what's actually being said in the conversation. And so then I get worried that I'm asking a stupid question or that you already answered the question because I wasn't paying attention. So that didn't really help me. Um, and when I was talking about something that I enjoyed, that made me feel happy. So maybe not talking as much doesn't help me either, makes me feel worse, or um, like I'm contributing less, so it makes me feel stupid.
Wow, those are all important learning points. And how about focusing attention? In the first conversation, your attention was focused pretty internally on your symptoms, your concerns, on figuring out what to say next. Whereas in the second conversation, you were attempting to be more focused externally, getting engrossed mentally in the conversation. Did that make much of a difference?
Yeah, I think it made a big difference. The When I'm focused on what's happening internally, then I feel disconnected. But when I was able to get lost in the conversation and focus more on what was happening in the conversation, and not on myself or my symptoms, I felt like I was able to um, engage more in the conversation.
Very good. Congratulations. These were two really useful experiments in my view, because there is a lot that you learn. That relying on your safety seeking behaviors rather than helping you ends up making you more anxious, more self conscious, and hurts the flow of the conversation, hurts your participation in the conversation. Whereas getting mentally engrossed in the conversation and dropping your safety behaviors actually helps you feel better and helps your part of the conversation go better. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I'm going to suggest that you practice this as homework, if that's okay with you, that every day that you find yourself in a conversation, whether it's with somebody that triggers your anxiety or someone that you're comfortable with or something in between, that you try to get lost in the conversation, get mentally engrossed in the conversation, drop your safety behaviors as much as you can, and just see how that goes for you as a series of homework experiments, just like we did a couple experiments here. How does that sound?
Okay, I can try.
Well, congratulations. These were very, very successful experiments. You learned a lot. We learned a lot that will help you make further progress.
Thank you.
So that clinical demonstration is an exercise that I do with clients early, very early on, so that they're still anxious interacting with me. Or better yet, if you have another staff member in your clinic, you could bring that staff member in and have your client talk to the staff member so that they're truly talking to a stranger and therefore experience more anxiety. And the point of that clinical exercise is to help a client discover through experiment, not through my telling them, but through their own experiment, their own experiences, that focusing internally on how anxious they are and critiquing how well they think they're doing and even scripting, which is a safety behavior, thinking about what do I say next, that focusing internally actually makes them more anxious and hurts their part of the conversation. To help them discover that, and then they practice it at home. Now, I want to show another clinical demonstration, this one much shorter, about another exercise I do that helps train people in thought diffusion. Well, Shaman, congratulations on the homework you did. It sounds like it was really a good learning experience. And one of the things you told me in describing the homework is that sometimes you were pretty engrossed, pretty mindfully focused in the conversations, but sometimes, which is completely natural, you would get caught up into your paying attention to your anxious symptoms and feelings and thoughts. Is that right?
Yeah. There were some times, like you said, that I did feel like I was able to really engage in the conversation, but other times I would feel hot or stumble over my words, and then I would find myself then getting really nervous and uncomfortable.
Okay, and that's completely natural. Learning to be mindfully focused, externally focused, lost in the conversation is a skill. And like any other skill, it takes practice. And I have an idea for an experiment that we can do in session now that will help you practice treating your hot thoughts, treating your anxious thoughts like background noise. We can't turn off the thoughts, but if we treat it like noise and not pay attention to them, then they don't bother us so much. Sometimes we don't even notice them, and we can get engrossed in the conversation more easily that way.
Okay.
I suggest that we do that this time in you being the only person speaking, sort of like you're giving a presentation, because you said that public speaking in group meetings at your job, for example, is one of the things that makes you very anxious.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Okay, and that's, by the way, that's the most common form of social anxiety, although there's many other forms like speaking to strangers too. So we're going to practice you giving a talk about something that you're very familiar with. It could be telling a story about a pet you've had or about a hobby or a vacation. What's a topic that you can speak without any preparation about for a few minutes?
I could probably talk about vacation.
Okay, that's a good one. I enjoy hearing about vacations. Now, before we do, I'm going to play a recording I made. This is very strange, I know, but I made this recording of social anxiety hot thoughts, anxious thoughts. So I'm going to play that right now. Listen to it and tell me if you relate to any of these.
Okay.
I don't know what to say. What do I say next? I'm coming across as so uninteresting, so boring as usual. I got to get out of this conversation or I'm just going to feel so stupid again. What is he thinking of me? This goes on and on, so I'll turn it off. Find a way to leave. Do you relate to any of these hot thoughts? I'm curious.
Yeah, they're like exactly what I say to myself.
Okay. And so what we're going to do in this experiment is I'm going to ask you to tell me the story of a vacation that you took. But while you're telling that story, I'm going to play this recording as though these hot thoughts were going on in your head.
I have to talk while listening to that.
That's right, because in real life, that's kind of what happens is that you would have thoughts, they'd be in your voice, but you would have thoughts going on in your head that are more or less similar to these. And we don't get to turn them off, but we do get to ignore them, treat them like noise. And so your challenge in this experiment is actually similar to what we did in the experiments last session, is to ignore the stuff going on in your head, only in this case, it's in the recording. Ignore all those thoughts, treat them like background noise, and instead just get engrossed, get lost in the story you're telling me. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so let's turn on that recording again. I'm so nervous. Why am I so Tell me the story of one of your favorite vacations, Shannon. You could probably see that I'm nervous.
One of my favorite vacations that I can remember, I guess, is my first vacation that I went on when I was about 5 years old. And we went to the Bahamas. And I don't remember very much. I remember having a lot of fun. And I remember eating maraschino cherries. And I remember eating hot dogs right out of the refrigerator.
Note to the viewer, in an actual session, this would go on for a few minutes until the client is done with her story. Well, congratulations, Shaman. That was a great story. By the way, you make me want to go there and see if I can do that on my next vacation. And tell me, how did it go for you? First of all, how did it feel?
At first it was hard. It was hard to not pay attention to the voice, to what you were saying. But when I got started, and I started to have some more like visualizations of what it was like to be there, I started to be able to feel what it was like when I was there and some of the happy memories. That helped me to not pay so much attention to the background noise and to get more engrossed in the conversation.
Oh. Well, that was a successful experiment. Your challenge is to try to get more engrossed in the conversation and to treat the hot thoughts like background noise. And to a large degree, you're able to do that. And I found the story quite interesting, as I said. So congratulations. What do you think we can learn from this experiment?
Well, I think one of the things that I came into therapy hoping was that I could turn off the thoughts, that I could stop them or control them in some kind of way. And what I've learned is that I might not be able to stop them, but that I can manage them differently by not paying attention to them as much. And then
what's the result of doing that? When you yeah.
Yeah, when I do that, then I can be more involved in the conversation, be more of an active participant, and I feel less anxious.
Excellent. That's a really important lesson. We can treat our negative thoughts as noise. And the more we do that, the more we get engrossed in the conversation or engrossed in what we're saying, the less the thoughts bother us, the less they distract us, perhaps the less anxious they make us. So I'm going to suggest as homework that you continue practicing this external mindfulness skill, part of which is defusing is the term, treating your thoughts like background noise whenever you're anxious, and instead just get engrossed in what you or the other person is saying.
Okay.
Notice how at the end of an experiment, these were both in-session experiments, but this is also true of homework experiments, which we'll be talking much more about later. And I mentioned at the end of each of these, at the end of every experiment, I always ask a client, what can you learn from this? That's the main point of an experiment. It's a learning experience. I'm not didactically teaching the client what they're supposed to learn. I'm guiding the client so that they learn through experiences, through experiments, which is a much more powerful way of learning. Now, both of these exercises are in-session ways of helping a client learn the importance of being externally mindful and how being inwardly focused, which is the main safety-seeking behavior of socially anxious people besides avoidance, our internal self-focus, not out of arrogance, but out of self-criticism or out of the concern of figuring out what do I say next, or trying to figure out what is this person thinking of me. These in-session experiments are designed to help a client learn that being internally focused makes them more anxious and hurts how they come across, and also demonstrates how being more mindful with thought diffusion helps them feel less anxious and have a more flowing conversation. And it could be done whether it's public speaking or in social conversation. And you'll get this recording so that you can use it with your own clients, not only the whole video, but just the audio recording of Hot Thoughts are on that web page that is linked on the last slide here. The last thing I want to show before opening it up to questions again is the homework I give to clients, which is where they really practice and learn this external mindfulness skill and strategy, is described here in this handout, which you get in your handout section, where people can practice what I call curiosity training, external mindfulness, both while observing and also while participating. Observing is watching a series of videos, including a music video of a song from Dear Evan Hansen, the musical about a high school kid being socially anxious. It's just a very powerful video for people who are socially anxious to watch, as well as miscellaneous other videos where people are just focused, the client is just focused on what they see and hear in the video and practice diffusing from whatever thoughts and feelings arise. But most importantly is curiosity training while participating, which means having conversations. I like to say at least 5 minutes a day, which, believe it or not, is really challenging for many socially anxious clients to find a 5-minute conversation to have. But to have conversations, starting out with those that they aren't so anxious in and gradually working their way up to conversations in which they experience more anxiety, in which they are practicing getting mentally absorbed in the conversation, focusing externally rather than internally, and treating their thoughts and feelings like background noise. And this next slide shows a worksheet, which again is in your handouts, that I use for clients. Many clients prefer to just do this on their phone, which is fine, where they're keeping track of the practice that they've done in curiosity training, external mindfulness practice, whether it's while observing or participating, and how mindful they are. The goal is, I like to tell people, the goal is not 100% mindful. That's not the way our brains evolved. Our brains evolved to be distractible so that we're aware of, is there a saber-toothed tiger out there or something like that? But the goal is to be maybe 75% mindful, overly mindful. And the other part of the goal is to be aware when we aren't mindful, when we are in our head rather than in the moment, when we slip back into that, so that we can then return our attention easily and quickly back to the conversation or activity and the person in the moment. So the next skill is cognitive restructuring, sometimes called reframing. And using the anxiety formula at the bottom, it is aimed at helping clients see that the likelihood of the threat they fear, the judgment they fear, is less frequent than they predict. It's less severe if it were to occur than they predict, and they can cope with it better. And these are common hot thoughts. It could do with how they appear, the concern that they're going to sound or look anxious, or that they will perform badly in some way, and or that they will be judged for other reasons. So these are common hot thoughts, and part of the assessment in cognitive restructuring is to help people identify not only what their triggers are, as I just discussed, but also what their hot thoughts are during those triggers. Hot thoughts means the anxious words that go through our mind, but also anxious pictures or images that go through our mind. There is a debate about whether we should challenge the content of our hot thought, which is what cognitive restructuring or reframing is about, trying to make our thoughts more realistic and helpful in content, versus, and that's the classic second wave approach. First wave traditionalists just don't deal with thoughts at all, or change the way we relate to our thoughts through mindfulness, where, notice in the external mindfulness exercises, we weren't challenging what the thoughts said at all. We were just learning to treat them as background noise. So changing the way we relate to our thoughts. And basically, because research shows that cognitive behavioral therapy in which we challenge the content of the thought through experiments is the most effective approach, more effective than ACT or acceptance and commitment therapy, in which we are just challenging the ways we relate to the thought. Basically, the way I synthesize these two approaches, get the best from both, is that during an experiment, the focus is on being mindful of the conversation or the activity or the person, external mindfulness. So we're not dealing with the content of our thoughts, but we might do cognitive restructuring where we're challenging the content of the thought before or after. But during, we're doing external mindfulness. And that's the way I bring those two approaches together. There's also a debate about the timing of doing cognitive restructuring. So some, and this is a debate just within the second wave of CBT, it's all these debates. Do we do cognitive restructuring before an experiment so that a client goes into the experiment, maybe it's talking to strangers at a social event, or speaking up at a staff meeting, or asserting themselves with their messy roommate, whatever their experiment is that they chose, do you do cognitive restructuring before so that they go into it with a more realistic attitude and hopefully with less anxiety? Or do you wait until after the experiment so that to do cognitive restructuring so that it's based on the evidence that they gather from the experiment, the idea being that people learn more from experience than they do through verbal exercises. And so basically, I teach people cognitive restructuring through worksheets, which I'll show you in a minute, early on in therapy, because it helps clients do experiments that might feel too scary for them to do otherwise. And it also helps them deal with rumination and depression and other problems they would be likely having as well. So I do teach cognitive restructuring worksheets early on and do that before experiments only in the beginning. But as soon as they're ready, which is very often by the second or third session after we start doing experiments, so within a month of working with somebody with social anxiety, as soon as they're ready, I skip doing cognitive restructuring before and then do it afterwards in a way that I'll show you, so that they're learning, they're changing their way of thinking based on the experience that they had in the experiment itself, based on the evidence that they're gathering in the experiment. And then in the future, they use cognitive restructuring if they ever slip into depression or rumination, or they're facing an experiment that they can't get themselves to do, but they really want to do, doing cognitive restructuring first on a worksheet will lower the bar of anxiety to make it easier for them to follow through and do the experiment. There is a bit of a debate, it's not a very heated one, of whether or not we deal with verbal thoughts or images. The short of it is both. For some people, like myself, I rarely have images. Um, my thoughts are overwhelmingly verbal, but for a lot of people, especially when they're anxious, even if they have verbal thoughts at other times, when they're anxious, often their thoughts are in the form of images. So when we solicit their thoughts, it's important that we say both thoughts and images, because even though images are thoughts, a lot of people think if you use the word thought, you're only asking for words. So it's important to look for thoughts and images. So here's a couple ways to introduce cognitive restructuring to clients. First of all, I give them an example. So it might be depending on what's important to them. So if they want to work on meeting strangers, I ask them, imagine you go into a party or a meetup with the hot thoughts going through your mind that I'm going to make a bad impression. I won't know what to say. People will see that I'm anxious and think that I'm weird or weak. And then I ask them, how do you think that would affect the way you feel and affect the way you behave? And clients will tell you things. They have a good insight in this. It makes me feel very anxious. It makes me likely to avoid the party in the first place. Or if I do go to the party, it makes me likely to spend a lot of time looking at my phone so that people don't come up to me, or to avoid eye contact so people don't come up to me, or get a drink so I look busy, or I can medicate my anxiety. So they describe all sorts of ways that safety behaviors essentially that they engage in. And I ask them, what's the result of that? How does that affect things? They say, well, people don't go up to you. Or if they do go up to you and I ask them, how do you engage in the conversation? They're likely to say, I'll be very brief, or I'll ask lots of questions, or I'll look away a lot because I'm really concerned about what they're thinking of me, or I'll be spending a lot of time thinking about what to say next, which is called scripting, which is an important safety-seeking behavior. And I ask them the effect of that. And clients will tell you that, well, it kind of leads to short conversations. People think that you're not interested in them, and the conversation feels very awkward and halting and so forth. And then I ask them, well, imagine instead somebody else goes into the party, and instead of thinking all those hot thoughts that you had, they think, oh, this could be fun. I may make some new friends, meet some interesting people here, and enjoy some nice conversation. Imagine that those are the thoughts a person has. And then I ask them, how do you imagine things would go? And they describe a very different scenario. In other words, the same situation with different thoughts can lead, in this case, to a person interacting with people, making eye contact, speaking more about themselves rather than cutting themselves short or trying to keep the attention focused on the other person. And then I ask them, how do you end up feeling when you leave the party, having focused on the thoughts that you had in the first place, your hot thoughts, your anxious thoughts? And socially anxious people will say, well, I feel ashamed, or I feel embarrassed, or I feel depressed. And how do you imagine the person who wasn't having those thoughts or having more positive thoughts would feel? They probably said they would feel happy and glad that they attended, feel a little exhilarated, perhaps. So this is a way of introducing it. A lot of clients will use words like spin. Maybe that's a DC thing that people hear often talk about. Okay, cognitive restructuring is about how do I spin this positively? No, cognitive restructuring is not spin. It's not rationalization. It's looking at a situation in a more realistic and helpful way. If we try to be too positive in a way that we don't believe, it just makes us cringe. It doesn't help us feel any better. So we're looking, as it says in the last bullet here with the arrow, a way that is more realistic, truer, more helpful, constructive, helpful in terms of helping us talk to new people, or helping us to assert ourselves, or helping us to present at a meeting or whatever. And also more compassionate. With social anxiety, that usually means compassionate to ourselves, kinder to ourselves. There are different ways of introducing cognitive restructuring. First of all, I want to show a classic cognitive restructuring worksheet. These are sometimes called thought records. I'd rather just call them cognitive restructuring worksheets. In fact, I'd rather call them reframing. I think it's an easier name than cognitive restructuring. I just haven't changed all of that in my own worksheets, but you can change that on your own if you care to. And there's a sample worksheet later on in this slide presentation that I'll show you as well, But what you're doing is you're identifying, helping the client. You work on this together with the client in session, and then once they get the hang of it, which is usually pretty quick, they can work on it as homework and then bring it in and discuss it with you at the next session, where they're identifying their a specific situation, like it's speaking at a staff meeting or interacting with strangers at a party or what have you, and what their feelings, hot thoughts, and safety behaviors are in that situation. And then they're looking for what are the distortions. And there's a handout that indicates all the distortions that you'll get. Is it black and white thinking? Is it perfection? Is it thinking? Is it mind reading? What are the distortions in their hot thoughts? Ways to challenge their hot thoughts with questions, challenging questions. And I have a list of challenging questions they could use, and coming up with an alternative that I like to call a constructive attitude, an alternative to their hot thought that they believe at least 60%, I like to say, that is truer, more compassionate, more helpful, as I said. Positive motivators are ways they expect to benefit by doing this experiment, because socially anxious hot thoughts are ways they expect things to go badly. So it might be, this will be good practice. This will help me make friends. This will help me build self-confidence and reduce shame. This will help me advance my career. Those are examples of positive motivators. A short version might be a single sentence, like get out of my head and into the moment, or some other sentence that's easily memorizable that they could remind themselves of when they're at the situation. And then finally, they identify specific goals or action steps. These are not life goals. These are specific things they want to do at the activity they're writing about, which might be say hello to 5 strangers, try to extend 3 conversations for at least 5 minutes, share contact information with 1 person. Those are examples of goals and action steps, which are healthy alternative to the safety behaviors. So cognitive restructuring is aimed at helping people come up with a way of thinking that is more constructive. I call that the constructive attitude, as well as action steps that are more helpful than the safety behaviors. Okay, going back to ways of introducing this, in addition to a worksheet, there's a great way of doing a role play that I would like to show now, the 3rd clinical demonstration. When somebody does a worksheet, often they say it helps them a little, but not strongly enough. And so I would like to show you a demonstration of a very fun, even for the client, it's fun. It's scary at first, but then they get into it, way of turning cognitive restructuring into a role play. Well, Shamin, you did a great job in your cognitive restructuring worksheet about the homework experiment that you want to do, going to this meetup of the gardening club. And you're telling me, which is completely normal, it's very, very common, that although you believe your constructive attitude that you came up with intellectually, you're not so sure on an emotional level how much you're really there yet, that there's a part of you that's still stuck in your old negative way of thinking, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I understand it. But I still feel really nervous and awkward.
Right, right. And ultimately, what will help you feel better is doing the experiment, but you're saying that you feel so much anticipatory anxiety about doing it that you're not so sure you can get yourself to do it.
Yeah.
So I have
I
an
really
idea.
want to do this. I really want to, I want to
Yeah,
learn more and connect more with folks and learn more about gardening.
yeah. No, I imagine you would find that enjoyable and to meet other people that share that interest.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, one way to help get you to feel a little more confident is to do a funny kind of role play. I call it a cognitive restructuring argument, in which I'm going to ask you to be yourself, except that I'm going to ask you to act as if you believe your constructive attitude that you came up with in the cognitive restructuring worksheet, that you believe your constructive attitude 100%, and you don't believe your hot thoughts at all. So you're being yourself, but you're being your most confident self.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm not going to be a person. I'm actually going to portray your hot thoughts. And so I'm going to say some negative stuff to you, but it's not anything that I, Larry, would ever say to you. I want you to know that this is what your hot thoughts are saying to you.
Okay.
And I want you to argue with me, get really passionate in your argument with me. Use oomph. This isn't a dry Harvard debate. This is a passionate argument in which your goal is to shut me up. Your goal is to stop me from bothering you. And
Okay.
just use whatever oomph you can. You want to give that a try? How do you feel about that idea?
Okay. I could try.
Okay, and in my experience is the more somebody gets into this with oomph, with passion, with emotion, the more you get out of it. It's likely to be fun, if nothing else, but I bet you get something really useful out of it.
All right. Can I yell?
You can yell, you can insult me, you can mock me, you can do whatever you want, okay? Okay, great. Now remember, I'm not being Larry now, I'm being your hot thoughts.
Okay.
Well, Shaman, I don't care what that therapist tells you. There's no way I'm going to let you go to this gardening club. You don't know anyone there. You're going to make a terrible impression.
That's not true. I know from the work that I've been doing with Larry that in situations where I talk to people, I usually am able to do okay, and people are able to feel engaged by my conversation.
Well, that's maybe in the controlled example of a therapy session or the little easy stuff you've done as homework. But this is a hard thing. What if you, I don't know, what if you come across as anxious, as nervous, as your hands are shaking and people see it, and worse yet, people can see and even smell that you're sweating? Don't you see that'll be humiliating? I don't want you to experience that.
That's not going to happen. And if it does, then I have figured out new ways to manage some of that stuff, and I can not focus on it so much, and I can still have good conversations with people. And if I have a bad conversation with one person, then I can talk to somebody else.
But that seems humiliating. Just because you're not focusing on your sweating or your shaky hands or your, nervousness in other ways, it doesn't mean it's not happening. It doesn't mean the other people aren't focusing on it.
What I know is that the reality is people generally are not noticing those things, and that I make a bigger deal out of it than is real. So that's not likely to happen.
Well, I'm afraid that it will, and that it would be humiliating. And I'm just trying to protect you from humiliation. And therefore, the best thing is don't go.
Look, I've been listening to you for a really long time, and you have caused me a lot of problems, and I'm not going to listen to you anymore.
I'm in your brain. I'm not going away. I'm here to protect you.
Yeah, you might be in my brain, but you're just background chatter, and I'm not going to allow you to control me anymore.
Wow. Congratulations, Shaman. How do you feel about this role play, this experiment we did?
I felt a little silly at first,
Yeah.
but I got into it, I think, and I think it went well.
Okay. And you were telling me before that you didn't particularly believe, maybe intellectually you did, but not emotionally, your constructive attitude. And so you didn't think you were going to go to the meetup, to the gardening club. How much do you believe the constructive attitude now? How likely are you to go now?
I think I'm more likely to go. If I was at a 60% no, 40% yes last time, then I'm probably going to say, I'm going to go. I'm going to say 90%. I'm going to go.
That's fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, I really look forward to hearing how your experiment goes. So
Thanks.
you could see that exercise, the cognitive restructuring argument, is a way of increasing the strength of a cognitive restructuring process beyond the worksheet, as well as increasing a client's commitment to following through on the actual experiment that they're planning for. The last thing I want to do is, before we take lunch, is talk about another way of doing cognitive restructuring is through imagery. you see in the middle of this slide. I call it confident imagery. In traditional CBT, it's called imaginal exposure, where you're exposing someone to a fear trigger, in this case, maybe going to a gardening club or speaking at a staff meeting, what have you, in imagery before doing it in real life. And there's a clinical demonstration in which I walk through a client through a process of imagining doing this experiment based on their constructive attitude rather than their hostile. Well, Shaman, I was really struck by how much you learned from your homework experiments of going to that gardening club. Congratulations. That was a great experiment.
Thank you.
So you were saying that next week you want to go back to the same club and you want to talk to more people than you felt able to last time. And when possible, you want to have longer conversations with somebody during the mingling part of the club. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I have an idea of something that might help you feel a little bit more confident about doing this. And it's using imagery to help you practice being confident.
Okay.
And the reason for imagery is that often when we are socially anxious, there's all sorts of images that go through our mind about how we think we come across. Like for you, what are the images that go through your mind when you're socially anxious in a social situation?
I imagine that I'm really sweaty and people can see like I'm sweating through my shirt. I imagine that I'm really awkward, like I'm shaking a lot, and people can tell how nervous I am. And that I imagine that the people are not enjoying the conversation and are just amusing me or thinking that I'm stupid.
Okay. And the trouble with having images like that go through our mind is they're not only unpleasant, they impact how we feel and often impact how we behave. It leads us to either avoid or use our other safety-seeking behaviors during an actual interaction. So in other words, our negative self-images have a way of becoming self-fulfilling prophecies. But we can practice changing images. And this experiment I call confident imagery, because we're going to practice changing your socially anxious self-image into a self-confident image.
Okay.
So let's give that a try. I'm going to ask you to close your eyes and describe to me the scene of going to the gardening club meetup. First, describe the setting, the room, the people that are there for me, and describe it in present tense like it's happening right now.
Okay. I'm at the gardening club meetup. It's at a beautiful community garden with lots and lots of different vegetables and fruits, and there's a big peach tree. And there's a lot of people there from the neighborhood, especially Joy. She's the head of the Facebook page, and she's the one who organizes the meetup group, and she's very knowledgeable.
Now tell me about your attempts at starting conversation with somebody and how you're feeling during that and how it goes for you.
Okay. I see someone standing there by themselves. So I go over and I introduce myself, and they seem a little startled. And I try to find out more about them and share a little bit about me, but they seem pretty distracted, and not interested in talking to me, and end up leaving the conversation.
And describe to me how you are feeling during the conversation and when she leaves the conversation?
I'm feeling really awkward and nervous, that she's going to reject me, that she's not going to want to talk to me. I feel um, like I'm starting to get a little bit sweaty, um, and having that nervous sweat, um, and that she thinks that I look really weird and awkward.
And after she leaves, right afterwards, how is it you're feeling?
I feel humiliated. I feel really embarrassed, and I feel stupid.
Okay, you can open your eyes. Thank you, Shaman. That was tough, I know. I'm going to ask you now to try this image again from a self-confident point of view. Self-confident means you believe in yourself. You believe in the constructive attitudes you came up with when you did cognitive restructuring. Self-confident doesn't mean you know for sure how the conversation is going to go, because obviously part of that depends on the other person and you have no control over that. But self-confident means you believe in yourself. And I'm going to ask you to close your eyes again now and imagine that you're going back to this gardening club meetup,
Okay.
and start the image again where you see this person and you start a conversation with her.
Okay. I see a woman standing by herself. So I walk up to her and I introduce myself, and she introduces herself back, and I share with her a little bit about my experience with gardening and how I'm new to the meetup. And she shares with me how long she's been in the meetup and a part of this community garden. And she asks me what kind of stuff I've grown in the past. And I share with her what I've been growing for the past couple of years. And I tell her how impressed I am with how much she knows, and how long she's been growing stuff. And she offers to give me a few tips. Um,
And how are you feeling during this conversation?
I was feeling really nervous at first, but I told myself that I'm able to have conversations with people, and people are generally responsive to me. And so when she responds kindly to me, it makes me feel less nervous.
Okay, now keep your eyes closed. I'm going to ask you to try something challenging. Imagine you're still there. This is still the self-confident version of you, still at this gardening club meetup. And you now go up and talk to a different person. And imagine that that other person, for whatever reason, clearly doesn't want to talk to you and ends the conversation abruptly. Describe that image to me and how it goes and feels for you during and afterwards.
Okay, so I'm talking to a new person, a new guy, who I saw here the last time. And I introduced myself, but he seemed a little distracted. Um, and he said what his name was, but wasn't really paying attention much to me. And I asked him how long he's been coming to the community garden, and he said that he was sorry. He has to go, but he'll see me later. Um, and I feel a little awkward right now, a little uncomfortable, but I also realized that it probably had nothing to do with me. It's probably something that he had to take care of. He said that he would see me again later, so maybe he'll have a conversation with me later. And then I noticed somebody sitting by themselves, so I'm gonna go walk over to them and introduce myself and see if I can start up a conversation with her.
Wow, congratulations. Open your eyes, please. So tell me, when you contrast the first image you did when you were very socially anxious going to this club and mingling versus the second kind of double image where you had one conversation go very well and another one that ended abruptly and awkwardly. Tell me how you felt with the self-confident image versus the socially anxious image.
Well, I felt more confident with this, with the self confident um, image, and I felt more capable of having a conversation, and I was able to take it less personally, I think, when somebody didn't want to talk to me. In the first conversation, I felt really nervous and unsure of myself, and and I imagined that this person didn't want to talk to me because of all the bad things I imagine about myself in general. Um, and so it happened in that image. In the second image, it was different because I think I was able to realize that maybe it had nothing to do with me. There was maybe another reason why he didn't want to talk.
Yeah, you didn't take it personally in the second conversation. In the first one, you did personalize it. Okay. And how do you feel about going back now to this meetup and talking to more people and perhaps having longer conversations when possible?
I feel good about it. I think, I might not connect with everybody there, but I might connect with one or two people, and it would be really exciting to get some tips from somebody.
Okay, great. Congratulations. And by the way, you can do this as homework. Um, Once a day if you want, or before you go to the gardening club, you could spend a few minutes with your eyes closed and just imagine your self-confident self attending this meetup and talking to different people, including an occasional conversation that doesn't go so well. Now, one detail I want to mention when you're practicing this on your own is you're not scripting, you're not imagining all the details of what you're going to say because you have no idea of how the actual conversation will go. You're just more imagining feeling confident in whatever conversation you're in, as well as in starting a conversation or having a conversation end.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, very good. To recap, we talked about and demonstrated a few ways of doing cognitive restructuring, the worksheets, the cognitive restructuring role-played argument, which you saw a clinical demo of, as well as I discussed using confident imagery before an experiment as a way of doing cognitive restructuring in our mind's eye. There's a couple more ways on this slide that I want to point out of doing cognitive restructuring as well. One is the experiment worksheet, which I have an example of here. There's a sample worksheet later on that you'll see filled out, where somebody does the first three columns of an experiment. They're writing their feared predictions about an experiment before they do it, which are their hot thoughts of things they're afraid that will happen. And the experiment third column is what their behavioral goals are, which would always include external mindful focus, but would also include external behavioral goals, such as making conversation with people, extending conversation longer, speaking more about yourself. It's behavioral goals to counteract the safety behaviors. And notice in this worksheet, you're not actually doing cognitive restructuring until the last two columns, which are after the experiment, where you're identifying the evidence you gathered from what happened during the experiment and what you can learn from it. And so I want to remind you that we only use the cognitive restructuring worksheet, this one, before an experiment, maybe in the very beginning and later on, if the person is really, really scared about doing an experiment they otherwise want to do, as a way of lowering the bar on their anxiety. But whenever possible, both the client and you will appreciate instead doing the much shorter experiment worksheet, which only takes 5 minutes before and 5 minutes afterwards, and where the learning happens as a result of the experiment afterwards. So it happens as a result of experience rather than through logical challenging, which is what goes on in a cognitive restructuring worksheet. Now, going back to this slide, there's a couple other even more creative ways of doing cognitive restructuring I want to stress. One I call the pride and gratitude log. Now, I'm sure everyone's heard of a gratitude log, and that's really helpful in helping people overcome depression and in various other ways, building spirituality and other things as well. But if you add a pride component, it also helps counteract the negativity bias that people with social anxiety have. There's an instruction sheet on how to do a pride and gratitude log that's in the handouts, but I want to explain the basics. It's quite simple. The idea is that every day, at least once a day, whether they do it on paper or they do it on their phone, and there's a million apps where they can do it nowadays, that they think back over the past 24 hours and write down anything positive they experienced, no matter how small it is, no matter how imperfect it is, even if it was only partially positive and partly disappointing, and no matter how repeated it is, even if it's something that occurs on multiple days, write it down anyways. That's the gratitude piece. You're writing down what you can be grateful for that occurred. But instead of stopping there, as is typical with the gratitude log, then ask yourself, if this thing was something I contributed to, as opposed to like the weather was good or something, if it was something that I contributed to, what underlying qualities of mine is this an example of? And so if I wrote down I had a 3-minute conversation with a coworker, and then I asked myself, what underlying qualities of mine is this an example of? I might say it means I can be a good conversationalist, people can enjoy my company, etc. And if we do that every day, what we're doing is retraining our mind away from the negativity bias to appreciate the positive things that happen in our life, which helps with mood, but also the positive things about ourself, the pride piece. Even if they're not feeling pride, they're identifying the positive qualities about themselves that are exemplified by these things they're writing down in their gratitude log. So that's really helpful, and many clients really enjoy that. Some have a great deal of difficulty with it, and you have to work with them in session about that, doing that together in session until they get the hang of doing it on their own. And lastly, on the last bullet, I want to point out a strategy I call being a good parent to yourself. I have a clinical demonstration video, but it's 25 minutes long, of doing cognitive restructuring in a session with a client, as opposed to in a worksheet, but together in our therapeutic discussion, and in which I introduce the concept of being a good parent to yourself. This is to target post-event rumination. I discussed earlier how socially anxious clients tend to spend a lot of time afterwards ruminating about what they think they didn't handle well, or a stupid thing they think they said, or a bad thing they did, or how they were clumsy, or ruminating with worry about, what is this person possibly thinking of me now? Did I make a bad impression? And the trouble with post-event rumination is that it leads to depression, it increases shame, and it also sets the client up to have more anxiety the next time they experience something similar. Charmaine, you had another really successful experiment, and there was so much you learned from it. You're making good progress. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Of course, you were telling me that on the downside, though, is after the experiment that you find yourself ruminating a lot, just spending a lot of time thinking about maybe it didn't go as well as you had hoped and so forth. Can you tell me a little bit more about the concerns that were going through your mind when you were ruminating about the experiment afterwards?
Yeah, I guess in the moment, it feels okay. And then afterwards, I sit and think about it. And remember sometimes when I was fidgeting or, grabbing my hands or crossing my arms, or noticed that I might maybe was feeling a little bit hot, or if I tripped over my words, and I find myself kind of going over those moments a lot. And I feel bad. It makes me not think that the conversation went as well as I thought it did.
And why do you think you're doing that? What do you think the purpose or the goal of your ruminating is?
I don't know. Um, Maybe I never really thought about it. It just kind of feels like it happens automatically, but
I mean, it probably does happen automatically. It's probably an old habit of yours, right?
yeah, maybe I've been doing it for a while.
But I bet there's a reason for it. What is it you're hoping to achieve by ruminating, whether or not it actually happens?
Maybe I'm hoping that if I keep looking at it, I'll I'll see that it wasn't as bad as I thought it was, or that maybe I didn't do those things or maybe they weren't paying attention or they didn't see it, or that I could fix it in some. I know it sounds silly, but
That
maybe I
you
could
could-
fix it in some kind of way.
Okay, no, it doesn't sound silly. It sounds like something that's really important and very concerning to you. So you're ruminating, it's an old habit to do that afterwards, focusing on the parts of the interaction that you think may not have gone well and worrying about how the other person may have reacted to you. And you're saying that perhaps one reason you're doing that is the hopes of saying that maybe it went better than I thought it did, maybe it really wasn't so bad, or at least maybe I can fix it the next time. There's some way to fix the situation going forward. Does it work? Does the rumination help you in those ways that you hope?
No, no, I usually feel worse.
You feel worse by ruminating.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big problem with social anxiety in general for most people who are socially anxious, by the way. It's called post-event rumination. The common term for it is basically beating ourselves up, where we could spend a lot of time, sometimes over days, sometimes over years, not in a row, but periodically remembering things from long ago that we feel really bad about as though it had just happened.
Yeah.
Okay, and it only makes us feel worse, as you said. It doesn't actually, if it helped us, it would be worth it, but it doesn't. It only makes us feel worse and more likely to avoid or rely on other safety-seeking behaviors the next time. Okay, so let me ask you for the actual evidence. Let's do a little cognitive restructuring right now. And you know that one of the most important questions in cognitive restructuring when we examine our hot thoughts is to look for the evidence. And you were saying that your concerns, your hot thoughts, was that you made a bad impression, that this person didn't enjoy talking with you. What was the evidence that seemed to support your hot thought?
Um, well, I mean, we were talking and it seemed like it was going well. And then um, she looked at her phone. And it was just for a second, but she wasn't paying attention in that moment. And so that made me think that maybe I was boring her, or that she wasn't really interested, or she didn't want to talk to me.
Okay, so looking at her phone for a moment might have been evidence that you were boring her, that she was no longer interested in talking to you. How about evidence that goes against the hot thought? Was there any evidence that suggested that maybe she was interested in talking to you?
Well, we were talking for a while, and we were laughing at one point. Um, and after she looked at her phone, she stayed and talked to me longer. So she didn't leave immediately after she looked at her phone.
Okay, so you have all that evidence that she seemed to enjoy talking with you, even after the moment she looked distracted and was watching her phone. So what's another possible reason she might have looked at her phone besides the possibility of her being bored with you?
Maybe she was waiting for an important message. Um, I have kids, so I always look if my phone buzzes, just in case it's one of my kids. Um, Maybe it's just a habit.
Yeah, lots of people have that as a habit. And also you get all these notifications, all these alerts, and it's hard not to pay attention to it. Okay, but the bottom line is, you know what? There's some uncertainty. We don't know for sure how she felt about you. My guess is she doesn't know for sure how you felt about her because people, of course, don't have the ability to mind read.
Mhm.
We pick up evidence that this person seemed to enjoy talking with you the large majority of the time, although there was a moment she was distracted by her phone, which might have meant she was bored, but it might have just meant she was distracted by something on her phone. But there's still some uncertainty. So let me ask you a question. Let's say she was bored with you, or maybe somebody else was bored with you. Why would that be upsetting? I know we prefer people to be fascinated with us, but let's say that somehow we knew that somebody didn't enjoy talking with us. What would be upsetting about that for you?
Um, it makes me feel like they don't like me, that they think that I'm not worth talking to.
Okay. And if that were true, if somebody you were talking to in a social setting was bored and uninterested in talking with you and really didn't like you and didn't think you were worth them talking to any longer, what would be upsetting about that? What would that mean to you?
It would mean that I'm not good enough to keep people interested. It would mean that I'm boring, that I'm not smart, that I'm not interesting, and I'm not good enough.
Okay. So somebody not being interested in talking to you, or simply the possibility that someone is not interested in talking to you because there's uncertainty of what they actually feel, that's really upsetting because it's not just one person's interest in you that's at stake, but it sounds like the way you see it, it's your worth that's at stake. If someone isn't interested in talking to you, then it would mean that you're not interesting. It means that you're boring. And so it doesn't just mean that this one person doesn't want to talk to you. It means that there's something wrong with you. Do I understand that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's called a core belief, by the way, the idea that there's something wrong with me, I'm uninteresting, that people don't find me worth talking to. Those are examples of core beliefs, which we'll work on more as we go on in therapy. Note to the viewer here. Notice how in the last couple of minutes, I've been using what in CBT is called the downward arrow technique or the peeling the onion technique, in which I ask a series of questions aimed at helping Shamin uncover the underlying core beliefs that give rise to her social anxiety. In Shamin's case, and this is very common with social anxiety, she personalizes rejection or the possibility of rejection in her core beliefs. Namely, if somebody doesn't enjoy talking with her, she views it as evidence that they don't like her, and even more so, as evidence that she is not likable, that she's not interesting, that there's something fundamentally wrong with her, that she's not good enough. I could go in a couple different directions here. I could ask Shemin a series of questions aimed at helping her gather evidence against this belief that she's not likable by looking for times during past homework experiments when people seem to have enjoyed talking with her, as well as asking her about her friendships and the evidence that they seem to enjoy talking with her and seem to enjoy the friendship with her. Then I might ask her a synthesizing question of, well, then what does it mean if some people don't like talking with you, but other people do like talking with you and do like you? Does that support the core belief that you're not likable, that you're not good enough? Or does that indicate something else? And Shemin might say, well, maybe it means that different people have different preferences. That's a healthy alternative core belief, that rejection is a reflection of different people having different preferences, different tastes. Maybe just their mood or their availability may impact whether or not they like talking to you. That rejection isn't a judgment of your worth. It's just a reflection of people's preferences or availability. However, in this case, the immediate issue is Shemin's tendency to ruminate, to beat herself up for prolonged periods after social interactions in which she feared that she said or did something that might lead them to not like her. So that's why I go in this alternative direction of introducing a skill of how to affirm herself rather than beat herself up and counteract her tendency to ruminate. Let's continue. Now, I want to use an analogy with you. Imagine a parent of an elementary school age child. And imagine that this child comes home from school with their report, whatever it was that they worked on, and that they show their parent this report and they're very proud of it. And they say, look what I did. Look at this thing I did. And look at the grade I got. I'm so proud of it. And imagine that the parent responds to the child by giving what the parent believes is constructive criticism, but a lot of constructive criticism, such as, I don't know, honey, I thought you did a better job with the last project you did. And this one isn't as neat and isn't as pretty as the last one. And I know you're smarter than that. You didn't come across as smart as you really are. And you know, the other kids in class that you've, shown me, that you introduced me to, I think they probably did a better job too on this report. So I'm kind of concerned that this wasn't your best work. So imagine the parent responds in that kind of way, giving what they believe is constructive criticism to the child. How do you imagine the child would feel and react to that?
I feel bad just hearing it, and it's not me. They would feel bad. They would feel probably sad,
Yeah,
upset, hurt.
okay. And imagine that this is typically the way the parent responds. On the one hand, if the kid does really well, the parent might lavish praises on the child. But if there's anything imperfect about what their child did, the parent will be critical of it. Not, extremely harshly, not using insulting, abusive words, but still very critical of any imperfection, that this is a pattern. This wasn't just a bad day for the parent. This is a pattern that they have. How do you think having the parent respond in that way, typically praise perfection, but be pretty critical of any imperfection, what do you think the ongoing impact on the kid would be?
They might not want to share as much with the parent. They might only want to share if they think what they did was perfect. They might always be wanting to be perfect, or hope that, or have a belief that they need to be perfect, or else it's not good enough.
Okay, okay. And now let's imagine a different kind of parent who, when their elementary school age child comes home with the same type of project and tells their parent, look how proud, look at this thing that I did, and I'm really proud of it. And imagine that this parent responds with equal pride, saying, I am so proud of you, honey. This is wonderful. I'm going to put it up on the refrigerator. This is even better than the last one. And describes particular things in the project that this parent really likes and really affirms those things. And then maybe adds 1 or 2 points that this parent thinks that the child could do better next time. Like, maybe next time you do this, you can do a little more of this or a little less than that. And that might make it even better. But you know what? This is so good as it is. Imagine that the parent responds in this way, very praising, very affirming, and adds 1 or 2 points that maybe can get better. How do you think the child might react to that?
They'd probably be happy. They would be proud of themselves. They would feel good about the work that they did, and good about themselves, that they
Even,
did a good job.
okay. And even though the parent later introduces 1 or 2 specific ways that this parent thinks the child could do better the next time, how do you think the child might feel about that part?
Um, maybe they'll be able to hear it and apply it to the next one, but they won't take it as personally. It won't hurt them as much, because it was done in a loving way.
Okay. And there is a strong emphasis on the positive, and the feedback was done in a loving way. Okay. And the reason I'm telling this story of the bad parent and the good parent, if you will, or the critical parent and the affirming parent, is in a way, that's what socially anxious people do with themselves. When we're ruminating, when you are ruminating, you were unintentionally being the critical parent to yourself. You were beating yourself up. Even though you had a good reason to do so, you were hoping that it would help you see that things went better than you thought they did, or that you could somehow fix it going forward. It only ended up making you feel worse, just like in the story of the critical parent. It only made the poor child feel worse. And if you do this as a habit, as you said you do, you beat yourself up regularly as a habit, you don't affirm the positive, that only makes you feel worse and worse. For many socially anxious people, it makes them feel depressed, makes it more likely that you'll avoid doing the kind of interactions the next time, or rely heavily on your safety behaviors, which you've already learned only makes things go worse. Whereas if you're the good self-parent, the affirming self-parent, in other words, if you pat yourself on the back for the positive that you did, rather than beat yourself up for what you think was negative, and then you add 1 or 2 ways, if there were any, that you think you can do better next time, that will help you feel better about yourself, help you not take the experience so personally, and help you make more progress going forward.
Mhm.
So let's try that now.
Okay.
When you were at the gardening club meetup the last time, if you were to do the affirming self-parent thing strategy right now, what can you affirm yourself for? What were the positive things you did during that meetup?
Shamin, you did a really good job of having a lengthy conversation with somebody that you had just met. And you made them laugh. And you weren't weren't so in your head the whole time, so you were able to pay attention and respond to what they were saying. And you allowed for them to talk a little bit, but you didn't ask so many questions that it stopped you from being a participant in the conversation as well. And you were able to hold your own.
Wow. Wow. And you had this big smile on your face when you're saying all this. Now, what can you suggest that you might do differently next time you go to the meetup? Again, in the affirming, loving parent mode.
You might have gotten a little distracted when she looked at her phone, but
so for next time, what would you want to do differently?
For the next time, you, I think, can try not to take it so personally and realize that maybe it wasn't about you. Maybe there was some other reason or habit of just looking at their phone, and refocus yourself on the conversation.
Very nice. So how does it feel using this affirming self-parent mode? In other words, patting yourself on the back rather than beating yourself up. How did it feel when you were doing that here?
Well, it feels nicer for sure than beating myself up.
Yeah, good. And again, you had this big smile across your face when you were doing it. I imagine you don't have that smile when you're doing the rumination thing.
Definitely not.
And how about at the end when I asked you, if there was anything you can do differently next time, and you said two interesting things. One is to not take things personally when a person reacts because you don't know the reasons why they're reacting the way they are, and also to keep returning your attention back to the conversation rather than on your hot thoughts. How did you feel when you were giving yourself that sort of constructive suggestions for the next time?
Not so bad. I thought it felt fine, and it felt like it was supportive instead of critical.
Okay, very good, very good. So I'm going to make a suggestion that when you do your homework experiments next week, when you go back to the gardening club meetup and you try to talk to more people and you try to have longer conversations, that in addition to dropping your safety behaviors and focusing with curiosity, focusing externally, getting engrossed in the conversation, in addition to all that good stuff that you do during the meetup, that afterwards, after the experiment, that you make an effort to apply this affirming self-parent strategy, that you start by patting yourself on the back, just like you did here a few minutes ago, for all the positive things that you did. And then if you can think of one or two ways that you could do even better next time, that you suggest that in very concrete behavioral terms, constructive terms.
Okay, I think I can do that.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
The next and most important of the skills strategies really, that I want to describe are conducting behavioral experiments. They're also called exposures. I'd rather call them experiments to conjure up the idea that the intention is as a learning experience. This is where external mindfulness and cognitive restructuring come together. We do external mindfulness during experiments. We do cognitive restructuring perhaps before, but certainly after experiments as a result of what we can learn during the experiment. But the core, everything rotates, everything revolves around doing experiments. This is where the learning happens. There is some debate. Do we conduct experiments for the purpose of habituation, as in first wave CBT? Remember, habituation is staying in an exposure long enough until your anxiety goes down, using a fear hierarchy. So you start with things that are only moderately anxious for you and gradually work your way up to things that are more uncomfortable for you as you build, as you make progress with habituation. Or do you do experiments as a way to learn that your hot thoughts, your anxious thoughts that made you anxious in the first place are distorted? And these are two different CBT approaches that come from first and second wave CBT, respectively. My synthesis is that, and it's not just my opinion, but there's, again, as I mentioned early on, there's a lot of outcome studies that show that exposure therapy in the traditional sense, where you're just aiming to bring habituation, which is enormously helpful for OCD and for other phobias, is only moderately helpful for social anxiety. What is more helpful, what is most helpful of all the therapies that have been tried, including medication therapies, they've tested that as well, even more helpful than medication, it's certainly more helpful than first wave exposure therapy, is conducting exposures as behavioral experiments in which the immediate goal is not habituation, but is learning, is gathering evidence that your hot thoughts are distorted, that you can handle the situation better, that it's likely to go better than you expect, but even if it doesn't go as well as you wanted, that you can handle it and that it's not as much of a problem as you anticipated, but usually it goes well. But in the long run, one goal is still habituation. We still want the client to experience less anxiety over time. It's just that during the experiment, we're not measuring their anxiety level every minute to make sure they're habituating, which is what happens in traditional exposure therapy. We're ignoring the anxiety, treating it like background noise. We're ignoring the anxious thoughts during the experiment, conducting the experiment, and then afterwards evaluating the evidence that you gathered from the experiment to challenge your anxious thoughts. That's the learning, and I'll show you that in a minute, as well as over time, learning to reduce your anxiety. How we choose experiments, the first thing I want to stress is clients choose their own homework experiments. We make suggestions, but not assignment. I always cringe when I hear a therapist, and this happens often with behavioral therapists and cognitive behavioral therapists and even third wave therapists, use the word assignment. You're not a teacher. You are teaching, but you're not a classic teacher. You're not giving out homework that's to be graded. You're not giving out assignments. You're helping a client learn how to challenge themselves. So in those early videos, you notice I said, I have a suggestion of something you can do as homework. What do you think about this suggestion? And as a client gets the hang of therapy, usually within a couple sessions, frankly, they're able to make their own suggestions for homework. And the more they make their own suggestions, or at the very least, the more you give them time to respond to your suggestions and encourage them to say what they do or don't like about it. And I always tell people, hey, let me know. It won't hurt my feelings. Just let me know. Maybe you think it's a bad idea, or maybe you like the idea of my suggestion, but it feels too scary or too much work, or you don't have time this week. Just let me know and we'll figure something else out together. The more they contribute to what they choose as a homework, the more you have buy-in and the more likely they are to follow through on it. Secondly, you want to choose experiments that are designed very specifically to test their hot thoughts and predictions. So in this way, we're conducting experiments very much like a scientist conducts an experiment. Think about the scientific method, where unlike in the Middle Ages, where people simply believe things because it was taught to them or because it was in a sacred book of some sort or something like that, in the scientific revolution, what people learn to do is what we believe is just a hypothesis that needs to be tested out. And one way we test it out is by conducting a series of experiments in which we gather evidence and we see, does the evidence support or refute our hypotheses? Do we need to modify our hypothesis in order to fit the evidence? And it's the same thing with cognitive behavioral therapy. The hypotheses in CBT are their hot thoughts, are their anxious thoughts, their anxious predictions. I might make a fool out of myself. This person will cringe. This person will end the conversation early because they don't like me or don't like the conversation I'm conducting. Those are examples of hypotheses. I call them hot thoughts or anxious predictions that we want to test during experiments. And finally, we choose experiments according to the client's therapy goals. So in CBT, like in any good therapy, in my opinion, very early in therapy, in the very first session, typically, you help a client identify goals that they want to work on, make sure that includes some objective goals in addition to subjective goals. So you don't want to have only subjective goals like reduce my anxiety and build self-confidence. Those are great goals to have, but we also need more objective goals, like I want to make friends, I want to apply for jobs, I want to give presentations at work, I want to assert myself with people I disagree with. Those are examples of more objective goals. And so we help a client choose their experiments, or we make suggestions for them of experiment ideas according to the goals they want to work on. Somebody asked earlier about using FAIR hierarchies. Early on, I learned to use FAIR hierarchies, and I used to distribute an example of one in the handouts. I'm not doing that now because I don't use it anymore in the formal sense. And FAIR hierarchies are used with exposure therapy in the traditional sense. But increasingly modern exposure therapy, not just for social anxiety, but even for other phobias, is increasingly not using FAIR hierarchy because they want to increase the element of surprise. Learning something that is surprising to us has more emotional impact than learning something gradually, step by step, that we half expect to happen without surprise. And so the idea is, instead of having a client write out a list of 12 things they want to do before the end of therapy and put them in order according to how hard it is, at every session, we would help a client choose, so what do you want to do next week as homework to work on your goal of making friends or your goal of applying for jobs or whatever their goal is? What do you want to do next week to use the skills and strategies we're learning in therapy? And if a client comes up with an idea, or maybe I suggest an idea that feels too scary for a client, then I'll ask them, okay, if that feels too scary for you now, what's an easier version of this experiment? So if you want to go to a meetup and talk to new people and have a 15-minute conversation and share contact information, and I ask them how scary that is and how likely they are to do it, they say, well, it's 100% scary, and I'm only 10% likely to do it, or even 40% likely to do it. Then I would say, what would be an easier version of that? So that's the kind of fear hierarchy I use. It's not a formal fear hierarchy. I just ask a client, do you feel ready to do this experiment, or would you prefer to do an easier version? And they might say, I'll try to have 5-minute conversations, and it won't be my goal this week to share contact information, but maybe in a few weeks that will be my goal. So that would be an example of using a very informal thing that's like a fair hierarchy without having it formally, just asking a client if they feel open and ready to do that experiment this week, or do they need an easier version? Now, there are two types of experiments to conduct, and there is some debate. Actually, most people really agree that they're both valuable, but there's some debate as to which to conduct. There are straightforward experiments. So for example, going to a social event and saying hello to people, having a 5-minute conversation, focus mindfully when you're doing so on the conversation and diffusing from your thoughts, speaking more about yourself, sharing contact information, speaking up at a staff meeting. Those are all examples of straightforward experiments. Straightforward because they're working specifically on their goals, doing the things they want to do in order to reach their goals, such as making friends or dating or advancing their career, whatever. and they're doing it in a straightforward manner. They're just doing the things they want to be able to do, but which anxiety makes difficult doing. So we generally start with straightforward experiments, but we introduce what I call paradoxical experiments as soon as they start making progress, which could be within several weeks. Hopefully will be within several weeks. Now, I call them paradoxical experiments. Other CBT for social anxiety experiment therapists, prominent therapists use different terms, which I like as well. One is called shame attacking experiments, because they really are aimed at countering the shame that underlies our social anxiety. I fully agree with that. One is called social mishap experiments, because typically what we're doing with paradoxical experiments is making a social mishap happen on purpose. I'll give you examples. Or decatastrophizing experiments. In other words, conjuring up the notion that the goal is to view these as blips, not as catastrophes. And so the paradox is bringing about the fear, or making it a goal to bring about the fear. So in a straightforward experiment, we're just doing what we want to do in which anxiety is triggered. In a paradoxical experiment, we're trying to make the feared outcome happen. So if I'm afraid of embarrassing myself, a paradoxical experiment might be to say something embarrassing on purpose, to say something so-called stupid on purpose. So for example, somebody might stand in front of the dairy counter in a supermarket and ask a whole series of people as they go by one at a time, "Excuse me, can you tell me where the milk is?" even though they're standing right next to the milk. So that's an example of a paradoxical or social mishap experiment in which they are making the fear come true, which is saying something stupid on purpose or asking a stupid question on purpose, as a way of testing out what happens. And when I've done it with clients, or when clients have done it as homework and told me about it the next session, they invariably tell me that some people chuckle and then just point to the milk. Some people don't even chuckle and point to the milk. Some people say, "I don't know, let's figure it out." and they don't know either. And then they realize that they're standing next to the milk as well. So there's all sorts of examples. That's about saying something stupid. It could be an experiment in which you show your anxiety. So for example, if somebody is afraid that people will see them blushing, you can make yourself blush on purpose. And by the way, in the handouts, I have lists and lists. There's a few handouts with lists of paradoxical experiment ideas. So they can make themselves blush on purpose. Like for me, just running in place, I'll blush. Or if I'm wearing too many clothes and I'm warm, that'll make me blush. Or if I'm wearing too few clothes and I'm cold, that'll make me blush. Or I could wear blush on my cheeks, or I could take vitamin B, niacin, which has blushing as a side effect. Unless you take the ones that say non-blushing formula, don't take that. So those are all examples of paradoxical experiments aimed at showing that you're blushing. Or you can make yourself sweat, or at least mimic sweating by putting water on your face and then going out of the bathroom and talk to people and see if they care. Or making their hands be more jittery and seeing if people notice or care. So those are examples of doing paradoxical experiments. Even scarier for at least some people is getting rejected on purpose. So I might have someone go to a social event, instead of the straightforward goal of, make a friend, or more realistically, get contact and have a conversation, get contact information, and later on call that person up and set up a time to get together. Their goal might be have enough conversations until you experience 3 rejections. The goal is to find 3 rejections. And there's a whole example, there's a whole thing on the web called rejection therapy that just gives you ideas of ways you can get rejected on purpose every day for 30 days. You could ask strangers for $20. Every now and then they'll give you $20, but most of the time they'll say no, so that counts as a rejection. And the idea behind it is to learn to normalize, whether it's a rejection or asking something stupid, or having someone possibly see your anxiety, to have people normalize, see that it's just a blip. It's not a catastrophe. It's nothing to feel shame about. Now, the idea is that we start with straightforward experiments and have them do paradoxical experiments as they've started making progress, because they feel very scary to clients at first, although once they get into paradoxical experiments, they tend to be very fun and funny. A small debate in some CBT circles is what in the third wave sphere is whether we simply want to accept our anxiety and our anxious thoughts as though they are just passing mental events that sooner or later will slip on by as we instead focus our attention on the conversation or other activities we value, or whether we want to defy and sort of fight our anxiety. And Reed Wilson, who's a prominent anxiety therapist, not so much in social anxiety spheres, more in OCD and phobias, other phobias, but it could be used for social anxiety. He sort of engages in what I like to call macho therapy, where he, not in a negative sense of macho, but where he encourages people to defy their anxiety and not simply meekly accept it, to really say, I am, well, like you heard in that role play, the last clinical demo, like, I am sick of listening to you, you're holding me back in life, I'm not going to listen to you anymore. So that's an example of defying your anxiety. I use both, whether it's calm acceptance or it's sort of oomphy defiance, and see what the client likes best. Different clients find different things relatively helpful. Another debate that was actually came up in our questions before lunch is whether to do experiments in session or as homework. And as I said earlier, homework is ultimately the most important because that's where they're conducting experiments in their own life, which is their goal. Because therapy will end after a few months or several months, whatever, but then their life is going to go on hopefully for many years. And so you want them to incorporate doing experiments as part of their life experience and not just something they do when they have therapy sessions. On the other hand, doing them in therapy sessions, as I said earlier, helps them make progress and feel more ready to do them in vivo, in their own life situations. And so I want to show you a wonderful clinical demonstration of doing a very special type of social anxiety experiment and session using video recording. Now, the earlier experiments we did that you saw clinical demonstrations of, we could video record it. Although in those demonstrations, I didn't have it video recorded. I mean, I did on Zoom, but I mean, for the client, I wasn't having them video recorded. But in this clinical demonstration, you'll see how we use the concrete evidence of how someone comes across in a video recording. You know, what you see and hear in a video recording, how we use that as an experiment to test their hot thoughts about how anxious they do or don't come across. So let's watch that together. So Shamin, you tell me that you have a work meeting that you have to give a presentation at coming up this week.
Yeah.
And how are you feeling about that?
A little nervous. I think this is what makes me most nervous of all. So I worry that I'm gonna not be able to stay focused and stumble over my words, and that people are gonna think that I'm not prepared or smart enough to do the job.
Okay, and you've already made a lot of progress in your homework experiments in a social setting,
Right.
but this is a very different setting now. This is speaking at a staff meeting, and so it makes you more scared, you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, there's more at stake, I think, because it's my job and I see these people every day. So yeah, it makes me more nervous.
Okay, and so when you think about speaking at a staff meeting, tell me specifically, what are your fears? What are your feared predictions of how you will, or at least might, come across?
I'm afraid that I'm gonna come off as not sure or confident, because my voice is shaky and because I'm stumbling over my words, or I might lose my thoughts. I might lose track of my thoughts. I'm worried that I'm going to sweat. That'll be really embarrassing.
Okay.
And I'm worried that I'll be shaking because I can't really hide my hands. I usually hide them or grab them or have my arms folded. But if I'm standing up in front of everybody and I have to do the PowerPoint and I have to stand there, then I can't really hide my hands as well.
And if all these fears or even some of these fears come true, what's your overarching concern about how others might react?
I think I worry that people are gonna judge me, that they're gonna not want me to do other projects, or I might get left out of stuff, or I mean, worst case scenario, I might lose my job because they don't think that I can do it, or that they'll think that I'm stupid, or that they won't want to work with me.
Okay. It sounds really hard.
It's really hard.
So let me go through your feared predictions, and I'm going to ask you, if you were doing an experiment here, in giving you the presentation you need to give at work next week, and you're doing it here, and how shaky do you imagine your voice would be 0 to 100?
Probably like a 90.
Okay. And how much do you think you would stumble over your words, 0 to 100?
Probably a 90.
And lose track of your thoughts, what you were saying?
I always find the PowerPoints to help, but probably like a 85.
How about sweating? How badly might you sweat?
I'm gonna sweat. I know I'm gonna sweat. That's gonna be an 85 too. I'll probably wear black so they can't see it.
Okay, that's another safety-seeking behavior. And finally, hands shaking, 0 to 100, how bad would that be?
I feel like that's a 92. Not 92, a 90 also.
Okay, okay. And you're concerned that all of these things will lead to you to be judged negatively by others as stupid, as not confident, as people that they don't want to work with, that you might even lose your job or at least not be included in future projects because of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, my suggestion is that we do an experiment in which you practice giving your work presentation or a part of it, and that we this time record it by video now. And then that we watch the video together afterwards, because the video provides evidence of how you actually came across. And we could see to what extent do your fears about how you will come across pan out, or do you come across any differently than you think? How do you feel about doing that experiment?
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, so let's set that up now. I'll turn on the video and you could begin your presentation.
Okay.
To the viewers, we would then have the client give a presentation while the video is being recorded, whether using Zoom for telehealth sessions or having a video camera or phone set up to record her speaking during in-person sessions. Well, congratulations, Shaman. That was really an interesting presentation. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thanks.
So let me ask you, how did it feel for you?
Scary, not as scary as it normally feels because everybody wasn't there at work, but still scary.
Yeah.
But I got through it.
Okay, congratulations. Let me ask you about the specific concerns that you had. So before we watch the video, how much do you think your voice was shaking during the course of this presentation, 0 to 100?
Maybe an 80.
Okay. And how much do you feel you were stumbling over your words?
Same, around an 80.
Okay. How much did you lose track of your thoughts?
I know I did once or twice. I don't know, maybe 75, 80.
Okay. And how badly were you sweating?
I wasn't sweating as much as I thought. 70.
Okay. And lastly, how badly were your hands shaking?
I felt like my hands were shaking a lot. I'm gonna say 80.
Okay. So let's watch the video together. How do you feel about doing that?
Okay.
Watching videos of ourselves, it can be really scary. And I want to make a suggestion. Remember the concept of mindfulness, which means focusing with interest, with curiosity on what you see and hear. In this case, see and hear in the video, and diffusing from whatever thoughts and feelings that you're having in your mind and in your body. So in other words, when we watch this video together, pay close and curious attention, take interest in all that you see and all that you hear in the video. And to the extent that you're having any unpleasant thoughts or feelings while you're watching the video, just treat that like background noise. And
Okay.
return your attention to taking interest in what you see and hear in the video. Some people find it helpful to approach it like you're watching the video of a stranger rather than a video of yourself, so that you can see it more objectively.
Okay.
Okay, so let's watch the video together. To the viewer, sometimes it's useful to watch the video more than once, because if after the first time the client says that they were still really focused on their negative thoughts and feelings, I would suggest watching it a second time, in which they treat those thoughts and feelings as background noise while re-attending to what they see and hear in the video itself, and taking interest in that rather than in their negative thoughts and feelings. Well, Shaman, having watched the video, let me ask you for your ratings again. In the video itself, how shaky, 0 to 100, would you say your voice was?
It wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Um, Maybe a 40.
Okay, wow. And how badly did you stumble over your words in the video?
I mean, there were some moments where I stumbled, but it didn't take away from what I was saying, I don't think. I was still able to get my point across, so maybe a 45.
Okay. And in the video, how badly did you seem to lose your train of thought?
That did happen a couple of times, but I also was able to recover, I think, pretty well. And I don't think anybody would have noticed it. I noticed it because I knew it happened, but I don't think anybody else would notice it. So maybe a 40.
Okay. And how badly did you appear to be sweating in the video?
I couldn't tell I was sweating, I don't think. Um, there was no like visible sign of me sweating. So I would say that was like a 10.
Okay. And lastly, in the video, how badly did your hands shake?
Um, I I could feel them shaking, but I couldn't see them shaking as much. I know they were shaking though. So I'm gonna say that was maybe a 50.
Okay, now this is really interesting. I've been writing all this down. Before doing the experiment, you predicted that your voice would shake at 90, and right after the experiment, but before watching the video, you thought it was shaking at 80. But when you watched the evidence within the video itself, it was only shaking at 40, less than half of your prediction.
Yeah.
and stumbling over your words. Your initial prediction was 90, but watching yourself in the video, your score was only 45. Losing track of your thoughts, you predicted you would do that at 85, but watching the video was only 40. Sweating, you predicted would be 85, but you can only observe that at 10. That was a dramatic decrease. And handshaking, you predicted it at 80, and that went down to 50. So all your scores went down a lot, some of them very dramatically, but all a lot in watching yourself on the video. What do you make of that? What do you think we can learn from that?
I think that I believe that it's worse than it actually is. That, what I'm feeling is happening is not as obvious to others. You can't actually see some of this stuff in the same way that I can feel it. And that even if I make a mistake, that I'm able to pick myself up in the moment and get right back on track. So that's not noticeable as much as I thought either.
Wow, this was an important experiment. There was a lot that we learned from it. How we come across is much better than how we think we come across when we're anxious.
Yeah.
That's an important lesson to remind yourself of when you have anticipatory anxiety about giving this presentation this week or any other social anxiety experiment.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
A few notes to the viewer. Some clients, in watching the video together in session, will continue feeling that they came across badly. And so it will often be necessary to re-watch those portions of the video again where they think they came across badly, and to discuss each portion with them, because often they're seeing the video through the eyes of their hot thoughts rather than what they actually are seeing and hearing on the video itself. And watching it together with the client again will often help them see it more objectively. Another possibility that you can do, if there's another staff member around, or if you're doing this within group and within a social anxiety group and you have other clients around, is you can ask people to watch the video on their own and to rate on paper how they feel the client came across. And then after the client watches the video together with you, you could then show them the ratings of the other persons and see how other people also are seeing the client come across much better than the client had seen themselves. We very often can use video during in-session experiments, seldom during homework experiments, but if they're speaking at a Toastmasters meeting, there are a few situations where as homework experiments, they could use video as well, but most commonly during in-session experiments. Also mentioned here is using confident imagery, which we talked about earlier, which is a type of in-group in-session experiment that is done in imagination, where they are imagining themselves handling the experiment in accordance with their constructive attitude versus their hot thoughts. But the bottom line is homework experiments is where they're going to learn the most and where they're going to incorporate this progress into real life experiences. So that's what we're aiming toward most of the time. This next, I lost my cursor. Here it is. This is a video evidence worksheet. I didn't use it during this clinical demonstration because we worked on it together. I could have used it, but I often use it for homework if the person wants to conduct a video experiment of themselves and then have me send them the video. And this is a way that they can review the evidence, where they're asked a series of questions about how they predict they will come across in the video before watching the video. and they're asked the exact same questions after watching the video mindfully. So they could see the difference, see the evidence of how they actually came across versus how they predicted they would come across. In conducting experiments, and this is very challenging but really important, it's important to help a client identify their safety-seeking behaviors, including avoidance, but other things that they do when they're not fully avoiding. Because these safety-seeking behaviors limit their learning and make them come across less well, which is ironic since that's their big fear, that they won't come across well, and they're engaging in safety-seeking behaviors in an effort to try to come across well, but paradoxically, they make them come across less well. So I introduce safety-seeking behaviors to clients in the following ways. I help them see that, first of all, what is meant by them. These are the things that we do, or in some cases avoid doing, in an effort to try to lessen the risk. In other words, to prevent our fears from coming true, as well as lessen our anxiety. That's what a safety-seeking behavior is. But that they are a major obstacle to making progress. And I explain why. First of all, I like to use the phrase that safety-seeking behaviors are false friends, or a friend, an enemy in the disguise of a friend. The reason why they're a false friend is that they seem to help us in the short run. They may lessen our anxiety in the short run because they act like a crutch that helps us feel a little bit more secure. They think I'll be okay as long as I do this following safety-seeking behavior. So in that sense, they're a friend, but it's a false friend because however they help us in the short run, we pay for it dearly in the long run. It increases our belief in the hot thought. The more we have to rely on the crutch, the more we believe we're crippled, the more we believe that there's something wrong with us, which increases our anxiety in the long run. And again, I use the analogy of a crutch that we rely on too much. And the other usefulness of that analogy is some of these safety-seeking behaviors are things that we don't want to eliminate entirely. So for example, if their safety-seeking behavior is over preparing for a presentation, they might spend, and I'm not exaggerating, 3 hours preparing for a 5-minute presentation. And I'll ask them, and the goal is not necessarily to spend no time preparing, although that may be a goal for certain kinds of things, but there may be some presentations like the one I'm doing right now, where indeed I did prepare for, but not 3 hours, frankly, but nonetheless, I did prepare for. And so I would ask the client, what do you want to cut it down to? And I'm hoping they'll cut it down to maybe 10 minutes. Typically, they'll cut it down much more modestly than that. So the idea is to limit how much we rely on the crutch, if not totally eliminate it. I also stress that avoidance, which is the worst of all safety-seeking behaviors, is not neutral. Many clients think that, okay, if I'm avoiding something, I'm just standing still. I'm just not making progress. Actually, it's worse. If we're avoiding something because of our hot thoughts, we're actually taking a step backwards. It's not neutral. It's a step backwards. Now, it's not irrevocable. We could always step forward again the next time, but avoidance is a step backwards. Why? Because every time we avoid due to a hot thought, we are increasing our belief in that hot thought, which will make us more anxious the next time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to avoid if we didn't believe the hot thought. And finally, even if we do the experiment but rely on safety-seeking behaviors heavily during the experiment, often that limits, very often, that limits our learning and building self-confidence is weakened. Why? Because our confidence is in the crutch, not in ourselves. I had a client who used to call alcohol, which was one of his crutches, I wouldn't say addictively, but certainly problematically. When he was socially anxious, he would call it confidence in a bottle. But the same is true, asking lots of questions. That's the thing. That's why my conversation went well. I asked lots of questions, or that's why the conversation went well. I said very little about myself, that kind of thing. So even if a interaction goes well, we tend to credit the safety-seeking behavior rather than ourselves, so that limits our progress. And lastly, and this is the one that tends to motivate clients the most, you're kind of using their social anxiety to their benefit at this point, early in therapy. I wouldn't, not necessarily later in therapy where their social anxiety is reduced, but is to explain that safety-seeking behaviors actually makes you come across worse. It makes you come across more awkward and less natural in conversation. It makes you appear less interested in the other person. And it's likely to lead to less pleasant conversations, shorter conversations, and maybe the other person not particularly enjoying their conversation with you. And there's actually a lot of research that shows that to the extent that socially anxious people are judged, they're judged for their safety-seeking behaviors. They're not judged for who they are, but that's really motivating for clients to realize that. It's important to help clients identify safety-seeking behaviors. These are examples of them. Almost every client is able to identify some right off the bat by simply asking them the question, what is it that you do, not only during an interaction, but perhaps before and or perhaps after the interaction? What is it that you do to try to prevent your fears from coming true this time or next time, and to try to reduce your anxiety? And those are examples. The answers to that are safety-seeking behaviors. And then there's a question of, there's a major question, although in my view it's pretty settled, but not among people who have less training. Are socially anxious people socially anxious because they are socially underskilled? Or are they socially anxious for other reasons? And that's a very important question, because then that raises, should we be teaching them social skills during sessions, social skill training? Or is that not helpful or even harmful in some way? And there's a whole type of social anxiety therapy, although it's not so common anymore, but that was more common in decades past, called social effectiveness therapy, which is basically social skill training in small group settings for people who are socially anxious. And the evidence is that social skills training is less effective than cognitive behavioral therapy, in which you're doing experiments to test the validity and the distortion of our hot thoughts, as well as our underlying core beliefs. And there's also evidence that the large majority, there are exceptions, and I want to acknowledge that, but a large majority of people with social anxiety have social skills within the normal range. That when they are not experiencing social anxiety, they come across as normally socially skilled. But when they are very socially anxious, because of their heavy reliance on safety-seeking behaviors, they may come across as socially unskilled. So the problem is not that they don't have the social skills and that they don't even use the social skills at other times. The problem is that when they are socially anxious, their social skills, fly out the window, because they're instead relying on their safety-seeking behaviors, ironically, in an effort to try to come across better, but it actually hurts the way they come across. Now, there are exceptions. The main exceptions, now again, I treat adults and later adolescents. I think there would probably be more reason to do social skill training with younger adolescents, where, just because of the age, they probably haven't learned a number of social skills yet, but neither would their peers who aren't socially anxious. But in any event, with adults, the main exception are people on the autism spectrum, and there's a tremendous group therapy for them called PEERS, P-E-E-R-S, which is entirely social skill training. There's not really cognitive restructuring as part of it, a little bit, not much. It's mainly social skill practice, both in session and as homework. But outside of people on the autism spectrum, rarely do they actually have a social skill deficit. This is important because socially anxious people will often ask me, trying to turn me into one of their safety-seeking behaviors, will often ask you as their therapist, can you teach me how to do something? Can you teach me how to start a conversation? Can you teach me how to end a conversation? Can you teach me how to extend a conversation? Can you teach me how to share contact information? it's very tempting to answer them as though somehow we're the expert on these things. The problem with answering them is you are reinforcing their core beliefs that they're socially inept. That's one of the most common, we'll get to it later, but one of the most common social anxiety core beliefs that leads to shame is that I'm socially inept, or some version of it. I'm bad at meeting people, or I'm bad at making conversation. And if they ask us how to do something and we just tell them, even though what we're telling them is probably correct, I suppose, we're also reinforcing the idea that they're socially inept. And so instead, the better, more therapeutic answer is to ask them, well, what do you think? How would you do it? I have ideas and I'll share them afterwards, but I'm curious, how would you start a conversation? How would you end the conversation? How would you extend the conversation? And almost always, again, unless you're asking someone on the autism spectrum, but otherwise, or maybe someone who's only 12, but otherwise, almost always, they know, they have good ideas. And maybe you can add an idea or two, but rarely do I do that. And I'm always reticent about doing that. They know. It's just they're scared to do that. So that's not a skill deficit, it's a confidence deficit. There's a little bit of a debate as to whether to eliminate all safety-seeking behaviors when conducting experiments, whether in session or as homework, or to reduce them. And certainly the old school exposure therapy, first wave therapy say it's really important to eliminate safety-seeking behaviors. But the reality, and I agree, we want to eliminate as much as possible. But the reality is, and I gave you an example earlier of preparing for a formal presentation, some safety-seeking behaviors are actually normal, are actually part of what anyone would do, even if they had minimal social anxiety. And in those cases, what we want to do is reduce them. So if they over-prepare, have the client identify how much they're willing to cut down the preparation time for a presentation. And that's for a presentation. If they're preparing ahead of time for social conversation, on the other hand, it's not normal to prepare. I know some people want to teach their clients, come in with 5 ideas for conversation starters that you can have. Don't say that to clients. You're just saying you're deficient. You don't know how to make conversation, so I'm going to tell you. That's counter-therapeutic. So you don't want to prepare for social conversation because that's an unhelpful safety-seeking behavior that reinforces their core beliefs of being deficient and that lead to shame. So eliminate safety-seeking behaviors whenever possible. But if it's a normal safety-seeking behavior, by which I mean a behavior that people who aren't socially anxious probably do a little bit, then the goal is more reducing it than eliminating it. And then I want to share some nuance. Some things that we do arguably fit the definition of safety-seeking behaviors. First of all, medication. Now, I haven't talked yet about medication, but there is all sorts of medications, primarily the SSRIs, the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. I always have to take a breath after saying that, nonetheless. And some other medications that are used to help people with social anxiety, such as beta blockers, which are high blood pressure pills, I think is what it's normally used for, but like propranolol, which is used to reduce the physical symptoms of anxiety during performances like stage fright or public speaking. Unfortunately, those aren't addictive. Unfortunately, many psychiatrists still prescribe benzodiazepines, tranquilizers like Xanax, which reduce anxiety symptoms temporarily. You may as well tell the client, take a drink before you give a talk. I mean, you're using a drug right away to reduce your anxiety symptoms. Those are examples of safety-seeking behaviors. Now, other medications like SSRIs are less problematic because they're not PRN. You don't take an SSRI right before you go to a party because it doesn't have an immediate impact. It's a long-term thing. But if you're taking something that has an immediate impact, like alcohol or one of these other drugs or CBD oil, it may help you in the short run to reduce your anxiety symptoms, but it doesn't help you build confidence because your confidence is in the drug or the alcohol or the CBD. I already mentioned preparation, over preparation being a safety-seeking behavior, relaxation exercises, which are a great thing to teach clients. Doesn't particularly help with social anxiety, although it does help with anticipatory social anxiety, perhaps. But arguably that's a safety-seeking behavior. Imagery, like I talked about, confident imagery is arguably safety-seeking, doing a safety-seeking behavior. I already mentioned practicing social skills is cognitive restructuring, and even external mindfulness practice. All of these are arguably safety-seeking behaviors. The question is, are they helpful or not? So the criteria I stress at the bottom is, to what extent is this behavior fostering or inhibiting learning? So with something like cognitive restructuring, to help a client be ready to do an experiment they otherwise would avoid, clearly that's helpful. The same thing with external mindful focus. A little bit of preparation for a speech is helpful. A lot of preparation is hurting learning. So if you're ever not sure to what extent this is a safety-seeking behavior we want to target or not, ask yourself and ask the client, to what extent, what did I do here? To what extent is it fostering or inhibiting learning? Now the question is how to go about doing experiments. There's a lot of information here, as well as reference to a couple clinical demonstrations that we already saw. But I want to point out the next worksheet, which is the main thing. You saw a blank version of an experiment worksheet. Here's one filled out. Before an experiment, a client fills out the first 3 columns. In this sample worksheet, and you'll have it in your handouts, there are 2 experiments on one worksheet. One is going to a party, or it could be a meetup or some other social event where they know few people. And another is making social chit chat with coworkers, which is a good sort of short experiment they can do more or less every day of the week, especially if they work in person. And they would fill out the first 3 columns, where the second column are their hot thoughts, the things they fear will or may happen, their feared predictions. And if their hot thought is at all vague or general, like I will make a bad impression, which is a common hot thought, then you would ask them, that's why I'm using the word prediction here. You would ask them, how would you know that that's true? What do you predict would happen if you're making a bad impression? How would you know that that's happening? And so they might say the person would grimace when they look at you, or the person would look at their phone a lot, or the person would end the conversation abruptly early on. So you would want to write down their hot thoughts and very specific things they predict would, or at least they fear would happen. And finally, the third column is the things they want to do during the experiment. These are their behavioral goals during an experiment, which would always include external mindful focus, but it would also include other behavioral goals that counter their safety behavior. So again, it might be start conversations with several people, extend conversations at least 5 minutes in a couple cases, share contact information, etc. After the experiment, or if it's a repeated set of experiments, notice the second one, the lower half of this, is something they did more or less every day, hopefully. So after a repeated set of experiments between therapy sessions, they would fill out the latter 2 columns in which they identify the evidence of what occurred. So again, this is the scientific method where they're conducting an experiment to gather evidence to see to what extent are their hypotheses, which are what are predicted in the second column, to see what extent the hypotheses are supported or refuted by the evidence. So they write down the evidence of what actually occurred. How did people react to you? And finally, what they can learn. You'll notice that, as I mentioned earlier, in all the video demonstrations after doing an experiment in session, but also after doing an experiment as homework, the final question is, what can you learn from this experiment? What conclusions can I draw? And this is really important. So they always always do this worksheet before and after experiments. I say always, the one exception is sometimes experiments happen unplanned. Like all of a sudden someone walks in their office, it wasn't a planned experiment and it's somebody that they're anxious talking to. So they're going to do, they didn't fill out the first 3 columns, but they're going to do best to focus mindfully and try to speak expansively, et cetera. But then they could still fill out the worksheet afterwards to turn it into a learning experience. I already showed you a cognitive restructuring worksheet. This is an example of one filled out, again, about going to a party where they know few people. Again, I don't have people use these worksheets before experiments, except in the very beginning to get them warmed up and to learn this skill, unless they find the experiment too scary to approach, but they still want to do it. This is a way to sort of lower it on the fear hierarchy so that they feel ready to do the experiment. But I do have people do the experiment worksheet every time. During an experiment, the main thing is to focus mindfully, externally mindfully on the conversation or activity with thought diffusion while working on your goals, whatever you set as your goals in addition to mindfulness. So making conversation for at least 5 minutes, speaking more about yourself, etc. There are some other things, like in between things, like as you're done talking to one person, you're about to start talking to another person. For example, if that's your experiment, it would be good to sort of pat yourself on the back through self-messaging by saying, hey, that was great, I did well, or good for me, you go. Some sort of message that's affirming, like being a good parent to yourself, doing it right then and there. Perhaps they have a short constructive attitude that maybe came from doing a cognitive restructuring worksheet, if they did one before the experiment. In most cases they aren't, that they might want to remind themselves of, like, I don't have to be perfect, or I refuse to let anxiety hold my life back anymore. And they could use these even if they didn't do a cognitive restructuring worksheet. These aren't necessary, but they help some people. And finally, if it's a longer experiment and they're having difficulty, I like to say, take a cognitive restructuring break, even if they didn't do cognitive restructuring beforehand. But if they're having a hard time, go to the bathroom or some other place where you're alone, and identify, you don't have to fill out a worksheet, but identify what's your hot thought, what's a constructive attitude, and what's the goal you want to work on as soon as you get out of the bathroom. So like maybe, oh, I'm just so afraid I won't know what to say, or that I'm going to say something stupid. I'm sitting there on the toilet thinking all this, and then I tell myself, okay, what's a constructive attitude? That, well, as long as I focus mindfully, I'm very likely to have things to say. And occasionally everyone says something stupid. It's just a normal part of life, but we move on. It's no big deal. And most of the time conversations go perfectly well anyway. And then my goal is when I get out of there, I'm going to go start a conversation with the first person I see standing alone, or I'm going to go join a small group and join their conversation. So that would be an example of taking a cognitive restructuring break, which only would occur if they really need it. After doing an experiment, as I already mentioned, you would fill out the last 2 columns of the worksheet to identify the evidence and what they can learn from the experiment. That's a good time to use the skill that I discussed earlier about being a good parent to yourself. Basically, it means, it says below what the 3 bullets are: affirming the positive that you did. I'm proud that I said hello to 6 people. I'm proud that I extended 2 of the conversations for several minutes each. I'm proud that I made an effort to focus more mindfully and did decently well on that. I'm proud that everybody responded at least neutrally, if not apparently positively, to me in conversation. So those would be examples of the first step of being a good parent to yourself, basically patting yourself on the back rather than beating yourself up. The second step is, if there's anything I thought I could do better, and to not criticize myself, but instead identify constructive learning for the next time. So I might say, after I list all those things I'm proud of, I might say, and next time, I want to extend conversations 10 minutes when possible. Or next time, I want to share contact information with someone that I kind of like. Those would be examples of, it's not self-critical, but it's challenging yourself to make even more progress the next time. And lastly, so that's the being a good parent to yourself strategy to do after any experiment. And by the way, those two steps take 2 minutes, but they're enormously valuable 2 minutes. And then lastly, if the person is really stuck in rumination, which hopefully won't happen if they filled out the last 2 columns of the experiment worksheet and they do the being a good parent to yourself strategy, it hopefully won't happen, but it might. So if they get stuck in rumination, I would have them do a cognitive restructuring worksheet about their rumination, where they could really challenge it in depth. So there are a number of ways of increasing the likelihood that a client will do their homework experiments that they chose, whether we suggested them or they suggested them themselves. And I mentioned a few things already, and I want to highlight a couple new things. One is a client chooses their own experiment, or if it's a suggestion that we make, we always ask them their feedback. We make it clear that it's a suggestion, not an assignment, ask their feedback and modify it according to their feedback so that there's real buy-in. That helps. I also mentioned, whenever possible, doing some version of the experiment in session. Some sort of role play version. I do that a lot in my social anxiety groups, which is helpful because I have other people there, of course, who are all socially anxious. And we get up and do practice experiments together that they then go out and do in real life. But even in one-on-one therapy, you can do that together with your client, or if you have other staff, bring in another staff person sometimes. So that helps, practicing sessions in experiment. If it's a session involving strangers, you can go out and have sessions together with your client. So for example, I had a client who was anxious about blushing. And so we went to a store and interacted with a bunch of people while she was blushing and observed the reactions and so forth. And she did it together with me. And then we would talk about it at a coffee shop afterwards. So you could do experiments together with a client in session involving real strangers, if you're located in a place where strangers are readily accessible, and then ask them to do the same sort of thing ask if they're willing to do the same sort of thing as homework afterwards. You can do confident imagery, which we talked about a couple of times, of doing the experiment. Practice it in session. You could practice it at home, imagining yourself doing the experiment with a sense of confidence. The point is not that you're imagining that it goes perfectly. The point is that you're imagining yourself handling it according to the constructive attitude that you wrote for yourself. Doing cognitive restructuring first, as I said, can help a client be more likely to do their homework experiment. And finally, there's a wonderful exercise that I'd like to show in the next clinical demonstration that's called the consensual role play. Consensual from the sense of not that you have the consent of the client, we have the consent of the client for all these things, but consensual in the sense of we're trying to bring a consensus between the client's thoughts and feelings. And you'll see that in the role play. This comes from a type of CBT called trial-based CBT, which is a cognitive behavioral therapy that involves lots of role plays. It's really creative. So I want to show this to you. And I find that this is really helpful. I only do it occasionally because it's time consuming, but I do it when a client really wants to do an experiment and nothing else has managed to motivate them to actually do it as homework. Shaman, you were telling me that the cognitive restructuring worksheet you did was pretty helpful. It lessened your anticipatory anxiety about doing the experiment we've been discussing, going back to the meetup, the garden club, talking with more people, talking longer, having longer conversations when possible, and then sharing your contact information, inviting somebody out that you've been interested in talking to.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, good. But you're also saying that it's still pretty scary and you're not sure you can get yourself to actually do that experiment again.
Right. Yeah. I'm still feeling a little hesitant.
Okay, so it sounds like you're of divided mind there. So the part of you that wants to go, can you briefly summarize again, what are your reasons for wanting to go?
Well, I've been putting a lot of time and money and energy into this. And so I would like to continue to make progress. Um, I want to make friends. So I'd also, like to continue to work on making friends and having a better social circle. Um, and like you said, my anxiety is a little bit less intense. Well, not a little bit. It's less intense, and so I'd like to continue to feel less anxious around folks, and I'd feel good about myself. It would make me feel good to tackle this and not have to hide so much anymore.
Okay, thank you. Then there's another part of you that's kind of scared and not so sure, actually pretty sure that you don't want to go. Describe that point of view. Why do you not want to go?
Well, I mean, it's still scary. I've done some stuff, but I still get pretty scared when I'm putting myself out there. I worry that people are gonna see that I'm nervous. They're gonna see me sweating or fidgeting, or that I'm going to stumble on my words or say something stupid, and they're going to think I'm weird or stupid, and I'll just feel bad about myself.
Okay. Now that's really common that we are of divided mind, that there's kind of a rational part of us that is in line with our values and knows what we want to do, but then there's an emotional part of us that might be rather scared to move forward on pursuing our values.
Okay.
But they're both important parts of us. We don't want to get rid of our emotions. That's part of what enhances our life, warns us about danger, helps us get intimate, close with people, helps us experience joy. So we don't want to defeat our emotions. We want to bring a consensus between the rational part of you that wants to pursue your values, in this case, go to the garden club and work on meeting friends, and the emotional part of you that's scared for the reasons you mentioned of doing so and would rather avoid. And so I have an idea of an interesting exercise that we can do. It's called a consensual role play, because we want to bring that consensus between the two different shamans, if you will, the two different sides of you. The rational side, you in that chair, and maybe when you go to the other chair, I'll have you go back and forth, you'll be the emotional shaman. So the rational shaman in this chair and the emotional shaman in the other chair. And we're going to have a discussion. It's not an argument like we've done before in other contexts. This is more of a compassionate discussion, because again, these are both sides of you. And we're not trying to defeat one side. You are trying to convince the emotional side to go, but you're not trying to vanquish her. You're trying to understand her with compassion and to help her understand why it's important, despite her feelings, to give this a try. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm going to suggest that we do this. Are you open to giving this a try?
Yeah, it sounds a little strange, but yeah, I'll try.
It is a little strange. Many people find it helpful, and then we'll discuss it afterwards to see if there's something you learned from it and benefited from it.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, in general, how much at this point in time do you believe the rational argument you were making about why you want to go to this garden club, talk with more people, talk longer with people, share contact information, and invite people out? How much do you believe that versus how much do you believe that this is just too scary and risky, I don't want to go?
I would say 40% of me wants to go and 60% of me is scared.
Okay, okay. And I'll check with you on these numbers at the end of the consensual role play to see if that has changed at all. Okay, so you're going to be looking at the other chair and you're going to address yourself as Shamin in both chairs because they're both parts of you. And addressing the emotional self from your rational point of view, Shamin, explain to emotional Shamin why you want to go.
Now?
Yeah, right now, just one of the reasons.
Okay. Shamin, we've been working really hard on your social anxiety, and I think it would be really good for you to go out there and practice some of these skills. I think it would make you feel good.
Okay, very good. And then move to the other chair. Your emotional self, now address rational Shamin and tell her why you don't want to go.
Shamin, it's just too scary. We've been practicing this, but I'm still really worried that it's just going to be too overwhelming and that I'll feel bad.
Okay, move back and address emotional Shamin and respond to her.
I understand that, Shamin, and this is something that, we've been feeling for a really long time, but you have made a lot of progress. And, if you do go out there, you've seen that you are able to have conversations with people and connect with people. And you're starting to build that social circle that you've been wanting.
Okay, go back to the emotional chair, address your rational self, and reply.
That's true, Shaman, but I still stumble on my words, and I still find myself forgetting what I'm saying and getting really nervous, and I worry that people are noticing that and think that I'm stupid.
Very good. Go back to the rational chair and reply to that. What have you learned? Tell her what you've learned from the previous time you did a similar experiment.
That does happen from time to time, Shamin. It happens with everybody. And one of the things that you have learned is that if you focus more on the conversation and get engrossed in the conversation instead of focusing so much on ourself, then we're able to, even if we have a misstep, even if we stumble on our words, even if we get lost and forget what we're saying, that we're able to get back in the conversation and still connect with people, and that people enjoy talking to us.
And say more about how it makes you feel about yourself to give that a try from past experience.
And when we try, we feel really proud of ourselves. We feel good. We feel like we've accomplished something, and we've been working really hard on this. And so it feels good to see that progress and know that we are capable of connecting with people and making new friends.
And tell emotional Shaman about how you feel about yourself when you avoid because of your fears.
And as you know, Shaman, when we are hiding or avoiding or finding a way to escape and leaving early, we often feel really bad about ourselves. We feel a lot of shame, and spend a lot of time, thinking about what we should have done differently, instead of feeling good about the fact that we tried.
Very good. And move to the emotional chair. And then reply to that to rational shaman?
I know all of those things are true, shaman, and we have made progress, but it's still really scary. And I still find that we're fidgeting, and that we are getting really hot and sweaty at times. Even though it's not as much, it still happens from time to time. And I'm really nervous that's going to happen.
Okay, move back and reply to emotional shaman.
You're right, shaman, that does happen from time to time. And I know it doesn't feel great when it happens, but we've learned some new ways of coping with that and getting ourselves back in the moment. And we also know that the way that we think other people are seeing us is often not the way that other people are seeing us. So, you know, it's worth it, because the times that we have tried, we've gotten really good results.
And you made a really important point. So say more about how you know that the way other people think about you is not necessarily the way you imagine it to be. How have you learned that?
Well, we have had experiences, shaman, where we've watched back videos, and seen that we're not as fidgety, that we're not as sweaty, that we're not stumbling on our words as much as we think that we are. We've also gotten some feedback from others, that we're not doing that, or that they don't think that we look as nervous as we think that we do. So I think, that's pretty good evidence. That's pretty good proof that, the way that we imagine sometimes we seem to others is not true.
And when you went to the meetup last time, what evidence did you get about how people reacted to you despite being nervous?
And the last time that we went to the meetup, we had a really great conversation, with someone that we really wanted to meet, and made them laugh. And they said they were looking forward to seeing us next time at the meetup. And we got some really great tips from them, and it went really well.
And how did you feel about yourself last time?
And we felt great. We left out of there feeling really great. We were able to do something that we really wanted to do, meet this person, and have a conversation, and maybe build a friendship with them over time. And we felt really good, felt really accomplished and proud of ourselves.
Well, congratulations. You did a great job during this consensual role play. So how did it feel for you?
It was a little weird at first,
Yeah, talking to
but but it felt good. It was nice to remember some of those facts, some of those truths, and be able to have some self-compassion
Okay,
and understanding, but still be firm, um, with myself. Yeah, it felt great.
very good. So it sounds like the things that were really key were the self-compassion and understanding, and also remembering the facts, the evidence.
Yes,
Not just making an argument, but you're recalling actual evidence from experiments that we've done.
yes. And this is a little different than what I normally do in my head, where I'm not as kind to
Yeah,
myself.
yeah, yeah, definitely. Very good. So right now, 0 to 100, how much do you believe the rational argument of why it's important for you to go despite your anxiety? 0 to 100.
Um, I would say 60 now. I'm feeling I'm feeling more inclined to go. I
Okay.
believe it more that I can do it.
And the emotional argument is
40.
40? So
Yeah.
that's a reversal. It was 40 rational, 60 emotional, not wanting to go before. Now that's reversed, 60-40. Now that
Yeah.
still means you have a good deal of fear. I think that's inevitable. As you go back over and over again, and you experience that it goes well, and on those occasions where maybe there are rough spots, you can move on and talk to somebody else, and that's likely to go well. The more you get further evidence, the further reduced your anxiety will be, and even more importantly, the stronger your pride and self-confidence will be, the good feelings about yourself. Congratulations, you did good work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I really look forward to hearing how this experiment goes for you, going back to the meetup and talking to people.
Yeah, I hope that it goes well.
So that consensual role play again is aimed at helping someone build motivation and lessen anticipatory anxiety and ambivalence about going to do experiments. I only need to use it occasionally, but it's very powerful when I do use it. But the other strategies that are identified on this slide also help, and they're less time consuming. And I use those more frequently to help people increase follow through with doing experiments. Lastly, in reference to experiments, I want to mention a very different type of experiment is conducting surveys of people to gather information as an experiment. So if somebody, for example, I had a socially anxious person who had a great deal of anxiety when using public bathrooms, a man, because he was concerned that other people, especially if he was at the urinals, would be able to tell he's having difficulty urinating and think that he's weird or weak or something like that. Although he needed to do experiments using bathrooms and realizing that nobody seemed to care how long it took him to pee, which would then make it easier for him to pee more quickly, he, at that point, wasn't willing to do it, but he was willing to have a survey taken. Of course, he made me do it. The trouble with doing surveys is usually the therapist ends up being the one that has to follow through on it. But nonetheless, it's a way of gathering data. And so I asked the client, what's the question you want to ask men? And his question was, if you see somebody in a public bathroom having difficulty urinating, what do you think? That's what he wanted to know. So I wrote that question out, obviously without the client's name. I sent it to a bunch of my male friends, blind carbon copied my client. And my friends are used to this now, by the way, they get this kind of thing periodically. And he got a range of answers that he was very surprised at. Most people said, I wouldn't care. Most people actually said, I wouldn't notice. If I did notice, I wouldn't care. A couple people said more poignant things like, wouldn't it be kind of weird if I were observing this? Like, why would I be paying attention how long it takes to some stranger next to me to pee? Or somebody would just say, oh yeah, he probably has an enlarged prostate or something like that. He didn't, in other words, he got evidence that either people didn't notice, didn't care, or were compassionate, were understanding. Now that didn't solve his social anxiety, but what it did do is it made him more willing to then go out and do the experiment in real life, which then reduced his social anxiety. I also did a similar survey with another client who was really concerned about having mannerisms that he thought of as effeminate. This was a gay man who was insecure that people would view him as effeminate. And I just sent a survey out using his question of what do you think about men when you see them engaging in effeminate mannerisms, and he gave examples of a few things like using their hands to speak or whatever else. And again, the responses he got were things like, I don't think of that as effeminate, I just think of that as lively. One person said, I'm Italian, we all do that, men and women. Or somebody Um, Somebody said it's kind of old school 1950s thinking to divide these things up according to binary gender or whatever. And again, all this reduced his social anxiety just a little bit, but enough to enable the client to go out and do experiments. And the nice thing is David Clark, a very prominent therapist, in particular social anxiety therapist in Oxford, England, has a website with all sorts of trainings on it, but it includes a bunch of surveys that he did in public in England, asking, I think, 8 or 10 different questions, different surveys, each one being a couple minutes long, where you see a bunch of people in England and how they respond. So even if you don't, a client doesn't want to conduct their own survey or doesn't want to have you conduct your own survey, they can watch a relevant survey or two, and it might be helpful. So what we've done so far is we've talked about 2 ways of dealing with anxious thoughts. One is external mindfulness, where we are learning to defuse from those thoughts, treat them like background noise, while we focus with interest, with curiosity on the conversation, the person, or maybe other activity. We also learn cognitive restructuring, whether you do it before an experiment with a worksheet or a role play, or you do it after an experiment by analyzing the evidence that you gathered during the experiment using an experiment worksheet. So we talked about cognitive restructuring as a way to test and challenge the content of your anxious thoughts. So we're changing the way we relate to our thoughts, and we're challenging and testing the content of those anxious thoughts. And we're putting them together while doing behavioral experiments, both in session and above all as homework. So those are the 3 things we introduced. The other thing that we can do as part of experiments is learning to assert ourselves. Now, first of all, many people with social anxiety have anxiety about asserting themselves in at least some circumstances. They are over accommodating. If you ask them, even non-controversial things like, what restaurant do you want to go to? They're the friend that says, oh, I don't care, whatever you want. What movie do you want to go to? Oh, it doesn't matter to me. What do you want? Doing that occasionally is kind, is sensitive, I suppose, but doing that repeatedly, paradoxically, is kind of annoying to people unless they happen to be narcissistic, and then they love it. But nonetheless, socially anxious people are often anxious about expressing their opinions, maybe at least in controversial areas like political or religious or whatever. And so that might be some of the homework experiments that they work on, is being more assertive and expressive. But there's also a strategy that I call head held high assertion, that taught by Christine Podesky, who calls it assertive defense of the self. It's the same thing, which is a little different, which is, it's not about someone being socially anxious about asserting themselves. It's about using assertion to lessen their social anxiety. Her point is that we cannot make a client believe, because it isn't true, that a hot thought will never come true. Hot thoughts sometimes come true. We sometimes say stupid things. Lord knows I do. We sometimes get rejected. I certainly do. We sometimes experience embarrassment, don't we all? So our hot thoughts sometimes come true. So we can help a client believe that the threat likelihood, looking at the formula at the bottom, is very low. But if a client believes that even if it would only happen 1 out of 100 times, it would be devastating, the severity would be horrible, and I can't cope with it if it were to happen, then they're still going to be anxious about it, even if they're convinced that it's rare. And so her strategy is help a client feel more confident about being able to handle a fear coming true, which is basically coping, as a way to reduce their sense of the severity of the threat. In other words, if I can cope better if I say something stupid, or if I get rejected, or if I do something embarrassing, if I know that I could cope better with that threat happening, then it won't feel so severe and I won't feel so anxious. And so her thing is to train clients to use assertion as a way of coping with things coming true. Now, there are limitations of this strategy that I want to mention, which is, one, as I said early on, most of the time our fears are invisible. At least in adulthood, people are not usually voicing their judgment, although you'd be surprised how often, even in adulthood, someone might point out that I'm red or something like that. But most of the time, people are not voicing their judgment. And two is, even when someone does, we don't often have the opportunity, no matter how much we might want to assert ourselves. Because somebody might, our fear come true might be somebody not being interested in talking to us. And so what they do is they end the conversation early to go talk to somebody else. Well, we can't really run after them and assert ourselves. So we don't always have the opportunity to assert ourselves. So there are limitations. Tedeschi's strategy to deal with those limitations is to practice these assertions in role plays anyway, with the idea that if we feel confident about being able to handle them in role play, imagining that somebody actually gave voice to those judgments, and we did have the opportunity to assert ourselves, that if we could feel confident doing that in role plays in session, then we would feel less anxious about it in the future. And the reality is that does help many clients. But there are also many clients who don't believe that. They think that, well, nobody would ever say this, or it would be an extremely rude person that would say this negative thing to me. My fear is that the person thinks I'm boring, and I could do a role play where the person says, I think you're boring, but I would think only a very rude person would say that. I don't care what rude people think. I care what nice people think. And so this strategy doesn't work with everyone, but it does work with some people. I want to describe how we use this strategy. So first of all, we help a client identify their fears. And skipping down, here's an example of what I call a head held high assertion worksheet, and one filled out in a blank one, where in the left column, they write down the things that they're afraid of, that someone would notice that I'm blushing, that I might say something stupid, that somebody would think I'm boring in a conversation, that I would appear nervous in some other way. And then we would write down how we would want to assert ourselves if our fear came true, and what we would do. So it's not only a verbal assertion, but how we would handle it behaviorally. And a client would sort of write that down and plan that out. Then, going back to the strategy, we would then conduct a series of role play experiments in session. And you're going to see a video demonstration right after the break that's really interesting and entertaining. So definitely come back from the break to watch this. Of role playing it in session, starting with easy, fairly scripted role plays just to get the client warmed up, and then making it more challenging, where you as a therapist are playing the rude stranger, the rude person, making their fear come true. And the client's task is to use head held high assertions, initially the ones they scripted, but then thinking on their feet and asserting themselves depending on how the fear plays out. Then, after practicing it in session a number of times, we then apply it to homework experiments. Actually, they could practice it in imagery on their own as well. So when they do confident imagery, they're not just imagining the other person responding well to them when they're confident, but they're also imagining sometimes the other person doesn't respond well. Just because we're confident, it doesn't mean the other person's going to respond well after all. And so then they could, in imagery, imagine using their assertions, even if in real life they rarely get the chance to use those assertions. So that could be really helpful. And finally, we could do paradoxical experiments where we make the fear come true. So for example, if your fear is saying something stupid or asking a stupid question, you can do that on purpose, like, have a conversation with a stranger and then ask them their name a second time, even though you already asked it a few minutes early. And then when they tell you their name a second time, you could say, oops, I already asked you that, didn't I? Silly me. I guess we all do silly things from time to time. That would be an example of a paradoxical experiment where we're making the fear come true on purpose and then following it up immediately with an assertion in real life, not a role play, as a way of saying that nobody cares. They chuckle or they say, me too, that kind of thing. I'm going to show this next video of using the head held high assertion strategy with a client in session. It's a lengthy video, has many parts, and I think you'll find it really interesting and very useful in your practice with at least some socially anxious clients. So Shamin, you've made so much good progress doing homework experiments. I'm really quite impressed.
Thanks.
You were telling me though that the idea of going back to the meetup and talking to people longer and sharing contact information still feels really scary because even though it's gone well so far, that doesn't guarantee it'll go well next time. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I've had some good experiences and I felt really good about them, but I still can't help but worry that the next time that I'm in that situation, it's gonna go really badly.
And although it has gone really well, and my prediction is it'll probably go really well, I mean, there's no guarantees in life. We don't know for sure how it will go the next time or the time after that or further in the future. That's
That's
one,
what I'm scared of.
yeah, and that's a situation that, we all live in as people because we can't know the future, right? So one of the strategies in lessening our social anxiety is learning to build self-confidence, believing in ourselves more, and specifically believing in our abilities to handle our fears coming true if they were to come true.
Okay.
So we're not just learning that it's unlikely that our fears will come true, that we come across better than we think we do, and that people usually respond to us well. That's part of what you're already learning. But that isn't quite enough. We also need to learn that if one of my fears were to come true, I know I can handle it with my head held high. And I call this approach head held high assertion. Head held high meaning self-confident, dignified, as opposed to defensive or aggressive. So let's talk through, you've been mentioning your key fears for me. Could you remind me again what they are?
Well, I'm afraid that I'm gonna look nervous, that they're gonna be able to tell that I'm nervous and that I'm gonna look weird. Um, and then I'm also afraid that I'll say something stupid or I'll sound stupid by tripping over my words. Um, and then I also worry that like people are gonna think that I'm boring and they're not gonna want to talk to me.
Okay, well, let's take those three fears. Those are, at this point, your three major fears when interacting with people socially, anyway. Let's take those three fears individually. If you were more self-confident, what would you say to somebody if they noticed that you were nervous and thought you were kind of weird because of that and said something
Well,
to that effect?
what would I say to them?
Yeah,
I probably wouldn't say anything to them.
what would you do?
I'd probably just walk away or try to excuse myself from the conversation.
And how would you feel?
Bad,
Okay.
shameful.
Now let's imagine though that you were more self-confident. What would you want to say to somebody that told you that, hey, you look kind of nervous. Is there something wrong with you? It's kind of weird.
Um, I mean, I would probably tell them that, well, maybe I am a little bit nervous, but um, people sometimes are nervous when they meet somebody new. Um, and if they give me a chance, maybe I'll be less nervous and feel more comfortable around them and we can get to know each other.
That's nice. How did you feel about that statement?
I don't know. I can't imagine actually saying that to somebody, but um, I believe it's true.
Okay. And you can't imagine actually saying it. Why?
I don't know. It just seems like confrontational, maybe, or um, more confident than I actually feel at times.
Okay. Well, we're going to just role play this, and over the course of time, we'll see if you feel any differently about actually saying it, whether or not it actually builds a sense of self-confidence in you. It didn't
Okay.
come across as confrontational to me because you were saying, let's continue talking. Maybe, I'll warm up to you. I mean, that seemed like a very understanding kind of response, and you were normalizing it. Other people feel nervous too when talking to new people.
Okay, yeah.
The second fear you mentioned is that you might stumble over your words and say something stupid, and the person would comment on that. How would you respond to someone who commented on saying something in their minds stupid?
Well, I would probably say that's not very nice. Um, and I'm sure you said things that are stupid before. Would you like it if someone pointed it out to you?
Okay. And how would you
And
feel? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. And how do you feel about saying something like that?
I mean, it would probably feel good to say something like that to somebody who was mean.
Okay. Okay. And finally, what if a person said, I'm kind of bored talking to you. I don't find you very interesting. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
My
That
gosh,
would-
that's so mean. I I would probably say, well, that's fine. Maybe there's someone else I can talk to. You don't have to talk to me. I'm not forcing you to stay.
Why don't you
I'll
say something to stand up for yourself more? What would you add?
um that I'm a really interesting person, and if you don't find me interesting, maybe that says something about you and not me. And I'm going to find somebody else to talk to who thinks I am interesting.
How did that feel?
um, Good, I guess.
Okay, very good. You seem like you're more into this now, like you're feeling a little bit more confident now than even a few minutes ago. Is that right?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Okay, let's give this a try and suggest we do some role plays. And in this role play, you are being yourself, but you're being yourself imbued, filled with self-confidence. This is the self-confident shaman.
Okay.
And we're pretending that I'm a stranger that you met at a meetup, and we're having a conversation. And we're not going to do the conversation now. We'll just get right into the fears. And I'll start by speaking the three fears that you have one at a time. And you respond with your assertions that we just discussed. And when you're asserting yourself, try to do it with that sense of confidence. Put a little oomph in it, okay?
Okay.
Is there anything wrong, Shaman? You seem kind of nervous. Is something wrong with you? It's kind of weird.
Nothing's wrong with me. I am a little nervous. We just met, and this is the first time that we're talking, and sometimes I do get nervous talking to people who are new, but there's nothing wrong with me. And maybe if we talked a little bit more, I would feel more comfortable with you.
How did that feel, Shaman?
Good.
Okay, let's try it again. Put a little more oomph into it. Say it like you really believe it, okay?
Okay.
Is there anything wrong, Shaman? You seem kind of nervous. It's kind of weird.
I am a little nervous, but it's not weird. Lots of people are nervous when they first meet somebody. And if we talked a little more, maybe I would feel less nervous and we would have a good conversation. What do you think?
Very good. How did you feel the second time?
A little bit better. Put
Okay,
it back on them.
very good. On both occasions, they were good assertions, and the second one you added even more oomph, and it feels better.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try the next sphere.
Okay.
Later in the conversation, we're imagining I say, well, that was kind of a dumb thing to say. Why would you say such a thing?
That's not very nice thing to say. And I don't know if it was dumb. Maybe it was not the smartest thing to say, but I'm sure you've said things that aren't that smart at times too.
Okay, very good. Let's try it with more oomph this time, more conviction.
Okay.
Boy, that was kind of a stupid thing to say. Why would you say such a thing?
Where are your manners? Why would you call somebody stupid? Maybe, sometimes people say things that aren't the smartest, but I'm sure you said things that are stupid sometimes. And I would never point something out to you if you said something stupid.
Very good. How did that feel?
Better.
Okay, excellent. And let's try your third fear. Boy, I've been talking with you, and it's just, honestly, I don't mean to be rude, but it's just kind of dull. I mean, you just don't strike me as having anything particularly interesting to say. So I don't really want to continue this conversation.
Um, okay. I mean, you don't have to stay, and maybe somebody else will have something that you find interesting, or somebody will think that I'm interesting. So fine. Okay.
Very good, Shimon. Now let's try it again with more oomph, more conviction to what you're saying, like you really believe it. Boy, this conversation is really dull. I'm just, this is wasting my time. I don't really want to continue. I'm going to go talk to somebody else.
Wow. Okay, that's fine. I personally think that I'm a very interesting person, but not everybody's going to get along. So why don't you go find somebody else to talk to? I'll find somebody who does find me interesting, and we can go about our day and have a good time. Bye.
Very nice. You're getting into this. How did that feel?
Good.
So I think we can go even farther. Let's imagine a really bad conversation.
Oh no.
I happen to be talking to this awful person, and all these fears come true, and maybe even some additional ones that I'm aware that you didn't mention today. I'll throw in those as well. And you're going to need to use not only the assertions that you prepare that we just practiced, but also think on your feet and use some other assertions. Okay. Give that
Okay.
a try.
Okay.
Okay. And remember, you're not only asserting yourself with your head held high, a sense of dignity, as opposed to being timid or defensive about it, but you want to imbue it with a sense of conviction, a sense of self-confidence, a real oomph. Okay. God, you look kind of odd. Are you sick or something? You look awfully nervous or ill. It's really weird.
Sick? No, I'm fine. And we just met, so we're getting to know each other. And sometimes it's a little uncomfortable when you get to know somebody new. But I think in time we could feel more comfortable around each other and have a good conversation.
Well, I don't know about that. You just said something really stupid. I was struck by that. I was taken aback. Why would you say such a stupid thing?
Did I say something stupid? I don't remember saying something stupid, but that's a really rude thing to say to somebody. And I'm sure you've said stupid things before, but I wouldn't be so rude to point it out to you.
Well, besides, I'm not finding this conversation at all interesting. I don't know that I want to waste any more time talking to you.
All right, there's not we're not going to be friends with everybody in the world, and we're not going to get along with everybody in the world or have the same interests with everybody in the world. And I know I'm an interesting person. We might not have the same things in common, so why don't you go find somebody else to talk to if you're really that bored?
I will, because I'm concerned that people have been looking at us and thinking, why would you talk to such a strange person like that? That's going to make me look bad.
That's an interesting thought, comment. It sounds a little bit like you might have social anxiety. I know a really great therapist who I could refer you to. He might be able to help you out with that.
Look, I'm moving on. This is just too much for me. I'm going to talk with my friends about you. I just can't imagine that someone like you would have any friends.
I've got friends and I'm here to make new friends, but I don't think that I want to be friends with someone like you. You're kind of rude and you're just not a nice person. So have a good day. I wish you well, but I'm going to go talk to somebody else now.
Wow, brava, congratulations. How did you feel about this really challenging role play with all sorts of fears come true?
I mean, I felt really good. I hope that I'm able to do that in real life if that happens. I mean, this person was so mean, but I was able to stand up for myself, so that felt good.
Well, excellent. Well, I'm going to suggest a few ways that you can practice this as homework that I think will make it easier for you to use these assertions when the need arises in real life. One is that you can practice your assertions at home in a couple ways. One is kind of like an actor practices lines that they're going to say for a part in a play or movie, probably when you're alone or maybe with your pet and you're practicing using your assertions out loud. I would definitely do it out loud and with the tone of oomph that you want to use.
Okay.
And you can use different assertions that you're practicing in different ways, different tones, different wordings, depending on your fears that you want to practice with. So that's one thing that you can do. And the other is, remember when we were using the method called confident imagery, where you're imagining yourself do an experiment with confidence before you do the experiment?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Well, on your own, you can practice doing that again, but this time imagine you're still doing the experiment with confidence, but someone reacts negatively to you during the experiment. Sort of like I did during the role play, says something critical to you about appearing anxious or saying something stupid or sounding uninteresting to them. Imagine that that happens, and in your imagery, see yourself responding using your assertions with a sense of confidence.
Okay.
So you can practice these assertions at home. And I believe then when you're doing actual homework experiments in real life, that that practice will make it easier for you to use assertions when the need arises.
Okay, I think I get it, but oh, I mean, I can do it with my pets or my plants. I can do it in my mind, but like we talked about, I'm not in middle school. I'm not in junior high school anymore. People don't tend to say mean things out loud. I'm worried that they're thinking them, but I'm a little concerned about how I'm going to actually be able to practice this in real life if people aren't actually saying the mean things, but it seems to me like they're thinking them.
Okay, that's an excellent point, and I'm really glad you raised it. Well, there's a type of assertion that we haven't practiced yet. I call it proactive assertions. The assertions we've practiced so far are reactive assertions, meaning you're responding to somebody being critical of you. But as you say, most people are too nice to voice their criticism. And of course, many people don't have any criticism of you at all. And if they did, most people are too nice to voice it, certainly nicer than I was playing in that role. But you're concerned that people may be thinking this. So when you're in a situation in which you are concerned that somebody may be thinking something critical of you, you can use a softly worded proactive assertion, even though they didn't say anything critical.
Okay.
So let's say, for example, you're in a conversation with a new person, and as one of your fears is, you say something kind of stupid, like, I don't know, you ask their name a second time by mistake, or you screw up your words in some way, or get something wrong. And the person doesn't say anything negative to you. Maybe they wince a little bit in their face. Maybe they don't even do that, but they don't say anything negatively to you.
Uh-huh.
So you don't want to confront them in a mean way or in a harsh way because they weren't mean or harsh to you. But is there a soft kind of assertion that you can proactively say at that point?
Maybe I can just say, oh, that was silly. I already said that, didn't I? Or I sometimes get a little nervous, but I'm enjoying our conversation.
Oh, very good. How does that feel to say something like that proactively?
Oh, that feels good. I can own it now, instead of being so afraid of it. I feel a little bit more confident in just owning it.
Yeah. And what I like about your wording is it normalizes it. It's like, oh, yeah, this is just the way I can sometimes be sometimes.
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. And what if you're concerned that you, I don't know, are being uninteresting or boring the person in conversation? What would
Um,
you say proactively then?
maybe I hope I'm not boring you. I'm having a really good time talking to you.
Okay, very good. So these are examples of proactive assertions that you can use. And one of the interesting things about doing assertions in that way is that it becomes its own experiment. It's a way of gathering evidence. It'll be very interesting to see, how does the person respond to you? Do they say, oh yeah, this is horribly boring, or I can't believe you said this stupid thing, which would affirm your hot thought? Or do they say something which is honestly what I predict, like, no, I'm enjoying this conversation, or I didn't notice, or I say stupid things all the time, and sort of normalize it. And then we could talk about those experiments afterwards.
Okay. All right. I can try that.
Now, I have one more idea. Now, this may feel a little radical to you, but hear me out. You may not be lucky enough this week when you're doing experiments to be in a situation in which you have reason to believe the person might be thinking something badly of you. And I call that lucky because that would be a good opportunity to practice assertions. But you can increase your luck by doing something on purpose. So you mentioned a couple of your fears of, appearing nervous. You can appear nervous on purpose. You can make your hand shake, can't hold something and make your hand shake a bit, but do it on purpose as opposed to just a symptom of actual anxiety, or maybe it'll be both. Or you're concerned about sweating because you're hot and anxious. You could even put a little water on your face before you talk to the person when you're in the bathroom, and then come back out as though you were sweating. And
Okay.
then during the conversation, proactively use the soft assertion and see what kind of response you get. You can even say something kind of stupid on purpose, like ask their name a second time later in the conversation, and then use your assertion. I call these paradoxical experiments because paradoxically, you are trying to make your fear come true on purpose, but as a way to test out whether or not it's a really bad thing or whether or not you can handle it well with your assertion. How does that feel?
Um, a little scary, but I think I could do it. I mean, I know that I'm not really like sweating. And I think I can try.
Okay, I'm absolutely convinced that no matter what happens, it'll be a good learning experience.
Okay.
Great. Well, I look forward to talking about how all this goes for you next week.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, as I said, the head held high assertion strategy is very helpful with some clients. Other clients dismiss it as unrealistic or not practical, that there's too few situations in which they can utilize it. But I introduce it to most of my socially anxious clients and find that a good number of them find it helpful. So we've now talked about using experiments in which we are externally mindfully focused during, and we do cognitive restructuring perhaps before, but certainly after. And we may use head held high assertions as well. The final strategy, which is aimed in particular at undoing the shame-based core beliefs we have is helping a client to identify and using various strategies to change their unhealthy or shame-based core beliefs. Now, we already did a little bit of shame work. I want to acknowledge the paradoxical experiments. Remember, another name for them, in addition to social mishap experiments or decatastrophizing experiments, another name for them that some authors use, I think Albert Ellis is the one that uses it, is or used to use it when he was alive, is called shame attacking experiments, because by making your fear come true on purpose, paradoxically, you can see that there's no shame in it. They're really more anxiety attacking and embarrassment attacking, but it does get a little bit at the underlying shame, but less explicitly than core belief change work. And so the core belief change work is to help people understand that the severity of threats is less than we think, and that we can cope with them better than we think. And there's some debate as to whether or not to do core belief change work at all. Early on in CBT therapy, the focus was on exposures and challenging our hot thoughts through the evidence we gathered in experiments, but only at the level of automatic thoughts, the hot thoughts that entered our mind automatically about a given situation that triggers our anxiety. There was very little or no attention to underlying core beliefs or underlying assumptions of any type. And the idea is that behind those proponents was that social anxiety is just a phobia, and core beliefs are not the issue in phobias. They're a big issue in chronic depression or repeated depression. They're a big issue in many mental health problems, but it was believed that social anxiety is just another phobia, and core beliefs, the beliefs we have about ourselves, are not the issue. But the reality is the large majority of socially anxious people experience shame as well as anxiety. And that's why they have anxiety in multiple situations. It's a rare person that has social anxiety problems in just one or two situations in their life. It usually crisscrosses many situations in their life because they have underlying core beliefs that trigger shame in them, that make them prone to social anxiety in a variety of situations. So the idea, the synthesis between these approaches, is we do start out our work for a while in focusing on the hot thoughts, the automatic thoughts that pop into mind automatically when we're anxious, whether in anticipation, during, or after situations that trigger our anxiety. But then we start working on core beliefs later in therapy as they've made progress. We don't start right away because people are very wedded to their core beliefs if you get to them right away. It's important that people make a good deal of progress first. We may be identifying their core beliefs early on because they often come up in discussion. So we may identify them right away, but we don't work on directly challenging them until they've made progress challenging their hot automatic thoughts first. There are two major themes and a third minor occasional theme of core beliefs in social anxiety. First and foremost is a belief in the fundamental personal deficiency. It could be the belief, the specific core belief that I'm socially inept, or more specific beliefs like I'm bad at meeting people, or I'm bad at making small talk, I'm boring, I'm unattractive, I'm unsuccessful, etc. Especially a lot of young people have the belief I'm not where I should be in my life, I'm behind where I should be, etc. So those are examples of core beliefs with the theme of being fundamentally deficient compared to other people. Usually implicit and less explicit, but underlying those fundamental deficiency beliefs is a belief in perfectionism, is a perfectionistic standard. They're not usually explicit beliefs. They're not usually saying I have to be perfect, but it's usually implicit in their beliefs about deficiency. It's the idea that if there's any deficiency in me, and of course there are deficiencies in all of us after all, but to a perfectionist, the idea is if there's any imperfection, then we're not good enough. It's all or nothing. It's pass, fail, but only perfect is pass and everything else is fail. And so it's this idea that I have to meet everybody's expectations of me completely, or they won't like me, they won't respect me, they'll think badly of me, even if I meet their standards largely, but not completely. It's not good enough. And then I don't have an arrow by it because it's less common, but some socially anxious people also have the theme of suspiciousness about others' intention. This idea that if I let people get close, if I let people know the real me, they're going to hurt me. Most commonly, it's a belief in deficiency, in which imbued in that are perfectionistic standards. There are various ways of identifying unhealthy core beliefs. I just want to point out a few of them, and there are handouts that go with each of these. The classic CBT way is called the downward arrow technique. I call it the peeling the onion technique. It's the same thing. Here's a worksheet. I usually do it together with clients in session. If I give it to them as homework, it's not usually done in a way that's effective, but if we work on it together, it's usually very effective. Whereas what you do is at the top of each column, and chances are they would use more than 3 columns, probably 5 or 6 columns, you would write their most common hot thoughts. So it might be, somebody might see me, I might appear anxious to somebody, or I might say something stupid, or people might see me as boring, or I won't know what to say. The most common hot thoughts they have, write those separately on the top of different columns. And then for each column individually, take one column at a time, ask yourself at each arrow the questions at the top. If that thought were true, so we're not doing cognitive restructuring here, we're not challenging the truth of the thought, we're saying, to the contrary, if that thought were true, what would that mean? Why would that be upsetting? What would it say about me? And you write down that answer. So in this first example, I might say something stupid or I won't know what to say. If that were true, this person wrote, I might make a bad impression. It would mean I would make a bad impression, that they'll think I'm strange or socially inept. And if that were true, why would that be upsetting? That person's answer is, they won't like me, or they won't respect me, or they won't want to relate to me in the future. And if that were true, why would that be upsetting? The answer of this client would be, I won't have friends or romantic relationships. So basically, you're going from the hot thought to the core belief, which is, if somebody sees a deficiency in me, they will not want to have a relationship with me. They won't like me, something like that. And you do that with each hot thought. And the interesting thing is that if you start with 5 or 6 hot thoughts, typically they converge into 1 or 2 places, that the columns start differently, but they end up in the same place, because typically a client has 1 or 2 core beliefs, even though they might have dozens of hot thoughts, depending on the situation. Then the next challenge is writing healthy alternative core beliefs. And there are different ways of doing that. And I have a handout that describes each of these ways in detail. You could use cognitive restructuring method with your core beliefs, although cognitive restructuring is real helpful with hot thoughts. It's harder to use with core beliefs, but it is possible. More creative and usually more helpful techniques are to think about what's your best of times. And during those times, when you feel best about yourself, what are your core beliefs then? Because sometimes clients have healthier core beliefs that counter their unhealthy core beliefs in their best of times. Now, that doesn't work with everyone. Some of our clients, especially the ones who are chronically depressed, may not have best of times that they can recall. And so that strategy may not work. Another strategy that may work for them or others is to imagine a confident future. In other words, how would you like to be able to handle a situation, these situations that trigger your anxiety now, with greater confidence in the future? And they would say, oh, well, I would like to be able to brush off if somebody isn't interested in me and just move on and talk to somebody else. And then you would ask, what would your core beliefs need to be able to handle a situation then? And usually they're able to give you an answer, like, I would need to feel like I'm a perfectly likable person. If one person doesn't like me, that's just because they have different tastes, and I'll go talk to somebody else. Just like in that previous clinical demonstration, the client was able to assert herself and say that to the critical stranger. So imagining a confident future helps people identify healthy new core beliefs. In some cases, imagining people you admire, whether they're famous people that you admire or people you actually know that you admire, and you ask yourself, what do you think their core beliefs are? Or imagining you being a mentor of a younger person who comes to you and talks about their unhealthy core beliefs. How would you guide them? What is it you would like them to believe? So these are all just creative ways of writing new core beliefs. And this next sheet, it's really 2 sheets, are examples from 2 different actual clients. The other things you've seen have been fake examples that I made up, but this is an example written by 2 former clients of mine who gave me permission to circulate their old, it was really very courageous of them, to circulate their unhealthy old and healthy new core beliefs to clients and to therapists I'm training without their names, of course. And so you can see examples like that and you can examine, but again, as you read through these, you will see that the theme of their old core beliefs is deficiency, a sense that they are not good enough to be liked, respected, loved, to do well in their careers, whatever, that they're not good enough, a fundamental deficiency, as well as a belief in perfectionism, that other people are expecting perfect compliance with their expectation, and anything imperfect will lead to rejection or disrespect or dislike. Now, there are many different core belief change techniques, and I have handouts for all of them. I don't want to go through all of these because you don't need all of them, but I'm giving them all to you. What I want to do is highlight the ones that I use most frequently. So first of all, I want to go back and talk about the pride and gratitude log, which I mentioned earlier. I talked about it in the context of cognitive restructuring before, that by identifying not only the positive things that we experience each day on a daily basis, but then identifying what are the positive qualities of ourselves that this is an example of, that not only counters the negativity bias, which is what I introduced it to do. It's a form of cognitive restructuring to counter our tendency to focus on the negative when we're socially anxious or depressed or both. But it also builds a sense of pride, even if they're not feeling it at the time, they probably aren't. It builds a sense of pride because they're gathering more and more evidence that they have positive qualities. Well, later in therapy, they could then use their pride and gratitude log to gain evidence supporting their new core beliefs. And this could also be called the core belief evidence log. Either way, what you're doing is writing every day evidence supporting your new core belief and refuting your old core belief. And in the handouts, I have an example of somebody's core belief evidence log that they kept for a week, in which they're writing down ordinary life activities, including homework experiments for therapy, but also ordinary life activities in which evidence comes forth that counters their old core beliefs. So it might be they had a conversation with somebody in which they did flub up a sentence or they did say something stupid, but the person still seemed to enjoy the conversation because the conversation went on for another 10 minutes. That would be an example of evidence refuting the core belief that I have to perfectly meet another person's standards in order to be liked. And that would be an example of things they could write in their core belief evidence log. Or in their pride and gratitude log, it would be an example of the belief that, hey, I'm a good conversationalist and people like talking to me even if I'm not perfect. There are various other techniques I want to show. One is writing a flashcard. This is a type of cognitive restructuring done a level deeper at core beliefs. So notice this is about not a specific situation, but about a trigger that might happen over and over again. And this is a common one, which is being concerned about rejection, whether it's the possibility of rejection or rejection that actually occurs, which of course is a major theme. It could also be a flashcard about being concerned about saying or doing something that embarrasses us. It could be a flashcard about being criticized or being judged. You would just pick whatever a person's vulnerability is, what their key fear is, and there are instructions of how to write a flashcard in the handouts that I give you. But what you're doing here is writing out, in this situation, what are the hot thoughts that get triggered in this situation? What's the underlying core belief that gets triggered in this situation? How does it affect my behavior, the safety-seeking behaviors? And then the latter half of the flashcard is identifying what's the healthy alternative core belief about rejection, in this case, that it's a reflection of the other person's biases or tastes and not a reflection of my worth. And what are the behavioral strategies that I would want to use? Accept rejection is just that. It's just somebody having different tastes, and move on and talk to somebody else. Think of rejection as meaning we're a bad fit for each other, not that there's anything wrong with me. So this is an example of a flashcard. The idea is a person might write 3 or 4 of them on their major triggers and read them every day and use them to help them do experiments. The most important strategy, I view, in core belief change work is conducting behavioral experiments to test not only the hot thoughts, which we've been doing all along, the anxious predictions of what will happen during the situation, which is how we start therapy after they learn external mindfulness. But we can also do behavioral experiments to test the underlying core beliefs. And one way I do this is using this worksheet I call a core belief action plan. There's an example of one filled out on the right. And it's a made up example that I put in the samples for. And a blank worksheet on the left. You have this in your handouts. And notice what you're doing. They're writing their unhealthy old and healthy new core beliefs at the top. Then this is important. The next section is identifying what are the rules, the do's and don'ts dictated by your unhealthy old core beliefs. And so you'll see a person might have an old core belief here on the right, that they are fundamentally deficient. If someone sees their deficiencies, they won't like or respect or love you. Okay, and then there's a whole bunch of do's and don'ts that this person experiences based on their core beliefs. Do this, don't do that. Don't start conversations with new people. Do keep the focus of conversation on the other person, et cetera, et cetera. The reason for doing that is one way of conducting experiments to test our unhealthy old core beliefs is to purposely violate those rules, to do the opposite of what the old core beliefs tell you to do. I call those rebel experiments. We are rebelling against the old core beliefs. Those of you that are politically minded might want to think of this as nonviolent civil disobedience. So just like Mahatma Gandhi or Martin Luther King or any number of other social activists rebelled against an unjust authority by collectively, we can't do this in therapy, but we can in society, collectively violating nonviolent civil disobedience, violating the rules of repressive rules of society collectively. We can do that individually of our core beliefs. We can treat our old core beliefs as an unjust authority that we want to rebel against by violating its rules and experiments. And again, here we're identifying our therapy goals at this point in therapy, and then identifying the experiments we want to conduct to violate the rules, to rebel against the authority of our old core beliefs. Now, the experiments will often end up being the same sort of experiments we were doing all along, some of them being paradoxical. So, for example, this belief that I'm fundamentally deficient and people won't like or respect me if they see my deficiencies. We can do paradoxical experiments in which we are appearing deficient on purpose, in which we make mistakes, say something silly or whatever, blunder in some way on purpose, so-called shame attacking or social mishap or decatastrophizing experiments. It's just that now we're doing them to test not just the hot thought, the prediction of how this person will react to us, but we're also doing it to defy our unhealthy old core belief that causes us so much shame. And it's really a powerful experience. You have to repeat it a number of times, different experiments to challenge, to rebel against your old core beliefs. Now, in addition to rebel experiments where you are rebelling against your old core beliefs, an alternative way, it gets you to the same point, but some people like it better, are what I call act as if experiments. I believe the phrase act as if comes originally from 12-step groups like AA. Maybe it comes elsewhere, but that's where I learned it from. And the premise behind it is if there's something that we sort of believe but want to strengthen our belief in, one way to strengthen our belief in it is to act, meaning behave, as if we fully believe it. Now, we kind of did that already in our confident imagery exercises that I talked about. In that case, they're imagining they're acting as if they fully believe their constructive attitude when they're conducting an experiment. You can also do confident imagery at the level of core beliefs. Imagine that you go into this experiment fully believing your new core beliefs, that I'm a good person as I am, strengths and weaknesses at all. And if somebody doesn't like me, it just means they have different tastes. And then you could do confident imagery, acting as if you fully believe that. But you could also do real life homework experiments, maybe after confident imagery, or maybe not doing confident imagery at all. But you can do real life homework experiments in which your goal is to act as if during this real life experiment, maybe at a meetup or at a staff meeting, acting as if you fully believe your new core beliefs, which you would probably read right before the experiment. Either way, you're going to end up probably doing the same experiment you were going to do, whether you view it as rebelling against your old core beliefs or acting as if you believe your new core beliefs. They point you in the same direction. It's just that some clients prefer one. Depending on their personality, they may be kind of a rebel and like doing the rebel experiments, or maybe they prefer the act as if experiment, but it gets them in the same place. There's a clinical demonstration that I would like to play, which is a core belief argument that's similar to the earlier clinical demonstration when we were doing a cognitive restructuring argument, but it's done a level deeper and it's very, very powerful. This is done after somebody has written their identified their unhealthy old core beliefs and written a draft of healthy new core beliefs and started doing experiments, whether they're rebel experiments or act as if experiments, but they've started doing experiments to modify their core beliefs, to challenge their old core beliefs and reinforce their new beliefs. This is an experiment in a role play form that they can do during session that will help them strengthen their new core beliefs. And you could see during this role play how empowering it is. Take a look. I mean, you've made so much progress over these months working together. I'm really very, very struck by that.
Thank you.
And, recently we've been working on identifying your unhealthy old core beliefs and identifying healthy alternative new core beliefs that you're working towards strengthening while weakening the old ones. And you've made some progress there, but you've told me it's sometimes hard to let go of the old attitudes, the old beliefs about yourself. Could you summarize for me again, what are the unhealthy old core beliefs that helped create your social anxiety in the first place?
Well, I just believe that I'm socially inept. I'm not good with people. And maybe that people don't like me.
Okay. And the healthy alternative new core beliefs you've written and we're working towards strengthening, what are they?
Plenty of people like me. That I'm not bad with people. That people, everybody's different, and some people I'll get along with, and some people I won't get along with. And that I'm, I don't look as bad as I think that I do sometimes. I'm not socially inept. I'm capable of having relationships with people.
Okay, very good. And I have an idea of something that we can do that might strengthen your belief in the healthy new core beliefs and weaken your belief in the old, in addition to the experiments we've been doing to challenge the old beliefs. And this is similar to when we did an argument to enhance the cognitive restructuring worksheets you've done. You know, remember where you were having an argument between yourself believing the constructive attitude and I was portraying your hot thoughts, your anxious thoughts. We can do the same thing, but a level deeper on core beliefs. So in this argument, I'm going to suggest that you are yourself, but you are yourself acting as if you fully believe the new core beliefs with conviction entirely. And I will be portraying not a person, but I will be portraying your unhealthy old core beliefs. And your job is to silence me, to shut me up, using a combination of reason and emotion. By reason, I mean letting me know why you think I'm wrong. The old core beliefs are just incorrect and hurt you. And you would also be citing the kind of evidence you've gathered over the course of doing lots of homework experiments, as well as in-session experiments and video feedback during experiments. In addition to using reason to say why you think I'm incorrect, put some emotional oomph behind it. That'll make it feel much stronger for you. You know, really get angry at me, deride me, mock me, really shut me up using emotional conviction and oomph in addition to logic and reason. How does that sound?
Okay. I'll try.
Okay, I think the more you get into this, the more you'll get out of it. So let's give it a try and see how it goes.
Okay.
Now remember, I'm not being myself here. I would never say such things to you. What I'm about to say, I don't actually believe, but this is what your core beliefs believe.
Okay.
For God's sake, Shaman, you've been doing this therapy thing way too long. You're wasting too much time and money on this. Don't you see? The bottom line is you're socially inept. And people see that and just don't like you. I think you should go back to the strategy of avoidance.
No, I can't go back to avoidance. It doesn't work. It makes me feel worse. And with practice, I have gotten better and more confident around people. And I'm not socially inept. I am capable of having relationships and meeting new people and getting along with people.
What do you mean avoidance doesn't work? It protects you, it keeps you safe. You're not taking the risk of showing how bad you are with people.
No, avoidance doesn't help. It makes things worse, and it makes me feel bad about myself and makes me feel ashamed. And I know that when I practice and I go out there, I feel better when I am around people and I am able to have conversations. That makes me feel good. And the more I do it, the better I get at it.
Well, I think you've just been lucky so far. How do you know the next time things won't go badly, that people aren't going to be thinking, boy, this person is so bad with people. I don't want to waste my time with her. Maybe even telling each other about you behind your back.
I'm not a mind reader, so I can't know that that's not going to happen, but I do know that I can handle it, that I've learned ways of managing the uncertainty, and that people are generally not that mean. And they want to connect also, and that I've been successful at doing it in the past.
Shaman, you're doing really well. I'm going to suggest that we continue, and this time add even more oomph to it. Put some more power, some emotional conviction. Really deride me, get angry at me, shut me up, okay? Because I'm not going anywhere. I'm in your head, okay?
Okay, I can be mean to you.
Absolutely, because it's not me. These are your old core beliefs that have really been impacting your life. Okay, let's continue.
Okay.
Look, Shamin, I am in your head. I am there to protect you, to keep you away from taking unnecessary risks so that you don't humiliate yourself. And I'm going to continue doing that.
Well, that's not helpful. And you need to get out of my head. You need to leave me alone because listening to you hasn't been helpful. All you do is make things worse.
I'm protecting you. You're the problem, don't you see? You're socially inept. If you weren't socially inept, I wouldn't have to go to all this work to try to protect you.
There's nothing wrong with me. I'm fine. I am fine as I am, and I can always get better. But what you are doing is making me worse. All you do is make me feel bad about myself and keep me from living my life and having relationships with people. You're not helping.
I have been guiding you since childhood. That's my job. That's why I exist. I'm going to continue guiding and protecting you.
You might think you mean well, but you're not doing the job that you think you're doing. All you're doing is hurting me, and I'm tired of listening to you. I'm not going to listen to you anymore. You're just going to be background noise, and I'm going to move forward, and I'm going to have relationships with people, and I'm not going to let you stop me from doing that anymore.
Wow. I am so impressed. You use both reason and emotion to shut me up. I couldn't say anymore. How did you feel about this role play?
Um, Energized.
Uh-huh.
um, it was a little awkward at first, a little scary at first,
Sure.
but yeah, I feel really confident. I feel good about it.
Congratulations. Congratulations. That's a very powerful strategy that I use with people, not early in therapy, after they've made progress, after they've identified their unhealthy old core beliefs, and I've written drafts of new core beliefs and started doing experiments, whether it's rebel experiments or act as if experiments, to challenge their old core beliefs or strengthen their new core beliefs or both. This is a strategy that helps many people. Also, as I mentioned, imagery can be used to strengthen their new core beliefs, very much the confident imagery strategy, but on the level of core beliefs. So in other words, imagine you go to this experiment, this staff meeting or this social event, and act as if you fully believe your new core beliefs during there, and then do that in imagery. And finally, there's a wonderful strategy called then versus now. This is the last strategy that I want to highlight. This, again, is not done early on. This is done after. This is really important. If you do it early on, it's going to backfire. It has to be done after the person has already made significant progress and they're working on further weakening the shame-based old core beliefs that underlie their social anxiety and strengthening the self-confidence, self-esteem-based new core beliefs that they're working on. This comes from David Clark, who I've mentioned a few times before, the social anxiety expert in Oxford, England. He calls it stimulus discrimination training. He also calls it then versus now, which is all that I say to clients. And it's demonstrated well in the next role play, but the basic premise I want to highlight first before I show you the clinical demonstration, which is our last one. The basic premise is that people with social anxiety disorder very often, not all people, but roughly 2/3 of people, according to his research, have experienced what could be thought of as social trauma. Not physical violent or sexual violent trauma. It's not, social anxiety is not PTSD. That's not my point. But most, not all, socially anxious people have experienced social trauma, by which I mean painful rejection, maybe painful humiliation, painful ostracism, very often in childhood and or adolescence. Now, for some people, it's a very particular situation that occurred at a particular time that they remember with great pain. But for other people, they don't remember any one instance, but it's a repeated pattern. Maybe they were repeatedly the last one or among the last people chosen at gym for a team. Not that I know anything about such things, but nonetheless, maybe it's a repeated situation like that. Or maybe they repeatedly were ostracized by people that they admired in school and not befriended or rejected by kids that they admired in school. Even if they don't remember a specific instance of trauma, for a lot of people, it's more a repeated pattern of social pain that could be called social trauma. And the reason why that's important is it doesn't meet the criteria. For most people, even if we define trauma broadly, PTSD definitions defines trauma as something violent or sexually violent. And this isn't about physical violence, it's about social pain. But even if we define trauma more broadly to include social trauma, most socially anxious people still wouldn't meet the criteria of PTSD. They don't have flashbacks, etc. So that's not the point. The point is, regardless of not meeting the criteria for PTSD, people who have experienced social trauma often retain that image in their mind. It's not a flashback. They don't think that it's happening again, literally, but they retain their image in their mind and they imagine, they predict that the same sort of thing that happened in their adolescence when they experience the social trauma is going to happen now in adulthood. And that image becomes their hot thoughts. That belief that I'm embarrassing myself in front of others, that people are laughing at me, that I'm making a fool out of myself, those things that occurred in their life in adolescence or childhood, they imagine that this is how people are reacting or will react or may react to them in adulthood, and that fuels their social anxiety. So this is a strategy aimed at helping people see how things now are different than the way things were then. That's what he means by stimulus discriminating. We're separating the way things are happening now versus the way we experienced them when they were traumatic. And so I want to display that last video demonstration. You've been making so much progress over the months, Shaman. I am really very, very struck by all that.
Thanks for all of your help.
Well, you've been doing you're welcome. You're the one doing the real work, though. I'm really impressed. Now, you're saying, though, that despite all the progress you make, you still sometimes have this negative sense about the next experience that you're going to have, the next experiment that you're going to have. And in my experience, when people are socially anxious, it's not only feelings they're having, but it's images and impressions that we have. Images and impressions about ourselves and about how other people react to us. Is that something that you've noticed for yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I now that you mention it, I have a lot of images.
Well, let's start with eliciting what those are. So I'm going to ask you to close your eyes.
Okay.
And imagine that you're about to do something that you really want to do, but that makes you socially anxious at this point, despite all the progress that we've made. Describe to me what it is that you're choosing to do.
Now,
Yes.
I'm choosing to volunteer to lead a presentation and to do a really good job at it.
Okay.
At work.
Okay, very good. Now imagine you're leading this presentation at work. And describe to me in present tense, as though it's happening right now, your image or impression about how you're coming across, as well as how others are reacting to you?
I'm coming across as a little nervous. I'm stumbling over my words a little bit. And I'm a little sweaty, and people are looking concerned. But I'm able to get through it.
And what do you imagine they're thinking when they're looking a little bit concerned?
That I don't know what I'm talking about. That I look really nervous, or there's something wrong with me.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Open your eyes, please. Now, you described the images that you have of yourself, how you're coming across, and how others are reacting to you in one specific situation, but it sounds familiar to me. Is this the kind of image, impression you have of yourself in other situations in which you're socially anxious as well?
Yeah. In almost any situation where I have to talk in front of people, or I'm meeting new people, or I have to share information.
And also meeting new people socially, it applies to those situations as well?
Definitely meeting new people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that's typical. In social anxiety, we often carry around images of how we come across negatively to others, our fear of coming across that way anyway, and also that others are reacting to us badly in how we come across. And the reason we carry these images around typically is because of some experiences we had growing up, some really painful, maybe even traumatic experiences we had growing up in which these things actually occurred, or at least they seem to have occurred. And I'm wondering if you can remember what the first or one of the first incidents in your life that you can recall now in which you felt this way and felt you came across this way and felt that others were reacting to you in this way.
Guess that it was in junior high school, maybe. I remember this one time I had a group presentation and I was so nervous.
Okay. Well, let's do this in imagery as though it's happening now. If you could close your eyes, please. And first imagine that you're in the class as best as you recall it. Just in your mind's eye, look around and see the class and the people and where you are and the teacher and all of that. And describe to me in present tense, as though it's happening now, what you experience.
I'm standing in front of the classroom, and there are 3 other students behind me, next to me, and the teacher is over to the side. And all of the other kids are sitting at their desks looking at me. And I'm the one who's doing the presentation. I'm the one who's speaking. So I start to talk, but I forget what I'm supposed to be talking about. And I start to feel really hot. And one of the kids points at me and says that I'm sweating. Look, she's sweating. And I hear another kid laugh. And then I kind of look around for help from my other my other group members, and nobody helps me. So I start trying to talk, but I'm stumbling over my words, and I hear people laughing. And one of the group members tells me to look at my cards. So I start trying to read the cards, but I'm still stumbling over my words. And another kid mentions that I'm stumbling over my words, and I dropped the cards and I ran out of the classroom.
Oh, wow. That sounds really painful. Open your eyes, please. How are you feeling?
Really bad.
Yeah.
Really embarrassed.
Yeah. So those feelings come right back, even though this is something that happened a long time ago.
Yeah.
And notice how this really painful, this traumatic experience you had way back then is very much like the images you carry with you now when you're socially anxious. In fact, that experience and maybe other experiences like that, I would hypothesize created this image that you carry around with you. Now let's discuss some ways that things are different now than they were back then, based on all the progress you've made in working in therapy, as a way of breaking the link between this painful, traumatic experience from the past and your present day image. We want to break that link so that you could weaken that image and change that image to a more confident you. So let's discuss ways that things are different now versus then. So first of all, how old were you then again?
It's 13,
And how old are you now?
45.
Okay. And the kids in class then were also your same age. And what's the age range of people you relate to now?
Mostly 30s, 40s, 50s.
Not a lot of 13-year-olds or,
No.
okay. And based on all the experiments that you've done as homework in our work together, and also some of the experiments you've done in session, some of which had video recording, based on all those many, many experiments and all the evidence you've gathered, how do you come across differently now than you came across during that painful incident at 13?
Well, I know from watching videos that I don't appear as nervous as maybe I think I do, that I don't seem as hot or as sweaty as I think I do, or I don't stumble over my words as much as I worry that I am, that I'm able to, if I do kind of get lost, bring myself back to the conversation with more ease.
Sure. Very good. And how about the other part of the image? Based on all the evidence you've gathered through homework experiments and our experiments in session, how are people reacting to you now versus then?
Well, people aren't usually as mean as 13-year-old girls and boys in current situations. And people seem to be interested in what I'm saying. And I'm able to have good conversations with people in general. And sometimes if I do have like a conversation that feels a little awkward, it's maybe not about me, it's about them, or, you know, it doesn't, I don't take it as personally anymore. And I'm often able to have good connections with people and have back and forth conversations, and maybe even sometimes make them laugh.
Wow, things really are different in how you come across and how others react to you now versus then. Very different. So I'm going to suggest an idea for homework over the coming weeks that might help strengthen this sense that things really are different now versus then. And that's when you do your homework experiments in the coming week, as well as any other time that you might experience social anxiety, that when you notice that you're anxious or doing something challenging, as you're paying attention mindfully, as you're getting engrossed in the conversation, the activity, the people in the moment, pay special attention to the way things are different now versus back when you were 13, experiencing that very painful episode you described. Notice the differences right then that you're seeing in the way that you're coming across and in the way that people are responding to you. And afterwards, when the situation is over with, later that day, write those differences down. So maybe it was a staff meeting, or maybe it was a social meetup, or maybe it was an unexpected conversation with somebody in the hallway. Write down the ways you notice that things are different now during that situation versus the way they were for you back when you were 13. How does that sound as a homework idea?
Okay, that sounds easy to do.
Good. And over time, what I'm hoping that will do is to break the link between that painful, traumatic experience that you described to us that created this negative image and the images you have of yourself now, so that you can see how different things are for you now versus then.
Okay.
So then versus now, or now versus then, is another strategy that can be used to help strengthen our new core beliefs and weaken the images, the shame-based images that fuel our unhealthy old core beliefs, along with the other strategy of core belief arguments that you heard earlier. But the most important, the most powerful for most people anyways, core belief change strategy, again, is doing experiments, a series of experiments in which you either rebel against the rules, violate the rules of the old core beliefs, and or you act as if you fully believe the new core beliefs. Somebody earlier asked about measurement scales, so here we are. The most common, I think, one to use, and it's available in the public domain for free, and we even have a self-scoring version on the National Social Anxiety Center website that I have linked here, is the Leibowitz Social Anxiety Scale. It takes maybe 10 minutes to fill out, probably a little less. So it's not one that you would want to use at every session, but it's a good one to use before the assessment session. I use it midway once or twice to see the progress people are making, and finally at the end, so they can get a before and after measure of their progress. However, I also give out a much briefer, it only has 6 questions. I was thinking it was 8. Much briefer scale by, again, David Clark in England, called the Social Anxiety Weekly Summary Scale, whereas that limited number of questions asks the core things. To what degree are you focused internally versus externally? To what degree are you avoiding? To what degree is social anxiety causing you emotional pain? And to what degree are you ruminating before or after? So it asks those questions. And that only takes maybe 2 minutes to fill out. So I give it to people before at the beginning of every session, and I keep a chart of their score so I could see progress. But I could also see blips. And if there's a blip, if there's something that got worse, I could ask people about it, and that could become the focus of our, or one area of focus of our discussion that session. And then there's also in the public domain, the social phobia inventory, which is shorter than the Leibowitz social anxiety scale, but longer than the social anxiety weekly summary scale that you could use. And finally, David Clark has a bunch of other measures, some of them to measure people, to identify people's automatic hot thoughts or their underlying core beliefs, as well as what their safety-seeking behaviors are. So there's a variety of these scales out, all in the public domain. And lastly, as I already showed you at an earlier point, oh, it's not lastly yet. Well, I'll get to the lastly now, are the video demonstrations that you can see, that the 10 ones, including 2 that I didn't show in the middle, but also the Oxford Center, the David Clark Center, has really professionally made demonstrations of a number of things that are well worth your watching. They're all for free. And the nice thing about these video demonstrations, whether it's ours or David Clark's in England, is that each one is not very long. You can watch them right before a session in which you want to conduct one of these techniques for your first time, so you could feel pretty adept at doing it. The last thing I want to talk about before opening it up for questions is relapse prevention work, which I usually do in the last session, or although I might give it to them as homework at the second from last session to then discuss at the last session. First of all, I would discuss with people the difference between lapse and relapse. This notion comes from therapy for overcoming substance use problems, but it applies to any mental health issue. I like to stress that our old patterns remain in our brain. There are neural pathways in our brain, old buttons or connections in our brain. And anything short of brain disease or brain damage, they don't go away. The old patterns become weaker through disuse, but they don't disappear. So occasionally our old buttons get pushed, and it turns out those buttons are not just a metaphor. They exist physically in our brain. They're neural pathways, but they're essentially buttons that do get pushed occasionally. And it's important to recognize that your old patterns, the old feelings, the old hot thoughts, the inclination to use old safety-seeking behaviors will at times come forward, at times get triggered. To not get discouraged at that, not get don't get demoralized at, to expect that. But the good news is you can turn those are called lapses, which are brief temporary returns to old patterns. The more common term is slip. Those slips will happen, but we can prevent a lapse from becoming a relapse, which is a prolonged return to an old pattern of social anxiety in this case, by using various strategies. And so there's a worksheet called Continuing Forward, which is in your handouts, in which I help people to identify the progress that they made in therapy, the things they learned about themselves, and then identify things that are still triggers for them, that are still challenging for them, and then to identify proactive and reactive strategies to help prevent relapse and to also maintain progress they've made and to make further progress. And basically what they would be doing is identifying a number of strategies that they found most helpful, some of them to use proactively. So it might be every day I will keep my pride and gratitude log going, or it might be a reactive strategy whenever I'm upset about something or considering avoiding something or experiencing a lapse. I will complete a cognitive restructuring worksheet and then identify a homework experiment that I want to do in the coming week to further strengthen the work I did in that worksheet. Or it might be a proactive version of that, is even when things are going well, I want to conduct one social anxiety experiment every week, just as a way of of continuing to strengthen my self-confidence, to weaken my old sense of shame and the core beliefs that gave rise to the shame. So doing an experiment every week could be both a proactive experiment or reactive when you're having a lapse. So this is a way I spend most of the last session with somebody, and actually it's homework before the last session. And there's a worksheet called Continuing Forward that helps guide clients in that. But the main thing, what I would suggest that you do if you want to strengthen what you learned today, read these slides. And as you read the slides, there's many references to the handouts in blue. Look at those references. You don't have to use all of those handouts. I never use all of those handouts with any one client. I use different handouts with different clients. There are certain handouts that I use with all clients, like the experiment worksheet. But you can pick and choose among those which to use. So I would reread the slides and look at the handouts that are referenced along the way in the slides. That's what I would do next to strengthen your learning from today. Well, thank you everybody for coming. And again, please take advantage of these free resources, looking at the clinical demonstrations, again, the ones that you want to use for a given session, looking at the handouts and the slides. And feel free to contact me. My contact information is here on this slide. Is that true? Yeah, my email and phone number are here. Feel free to contact me if you have specific questions or concerns, and I'd be happy to reply. Take good care, all. Thank you for coming.